have a long discussion tonight. Okay, so once again, anybody who's not showing themselves on video will be muted. Okay, so Dante, can you please mute JHON?
In-person meetings would be helpful with this problem.
Okay. All right. So I think we're ready to start. I apologize for the amusement at the beginning of the meeting. Has everyone had a chance to take a look at all the committee members have had a chance to take a look at the summary discussion, or should I take another 15 minutes?
You want to take another 15 minutes for people to read something that you already sent them and ask them to read before you come to the meeting?
Actually, now that the open season for the review is going to start tomorrow, maybe we could start by like Zoom. Okay, on DCP per Zap, it's May 3rd through June 3rd. That's the review time.
Well, that's not what they told the Department of City Planning. And April 24th, they said it began that same day.
Oh my God.
Okay,
I'm just saying, can we zoom out and then say like, what do we do? What's our charge? Where are we going to go from here now that the clock has started?
Okay, so there was a Department of City Planning review session recently. I asked the district office to send you all a link to the EAS and the video of the DCP presentation. Did you all get a chance to view the YouTube video of the presentation before the commission?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Alicia. At the presentation, they said that it was a non-ULURP process, which means we do not have a formal community board hearing, but nevertheless, the chair said at the end of the meeting that he's referring it out to the community boards for 60 days. The commission apparently can take as much time as they want to think about it and call a vote. It sounds like they want to call a vote 60 days from April 24th. So if we want to have a say on this, and it's certainly something that is going to affect our district, we should try and come to a conclusion by, I would say, between this meeting and the next one, and send out our recommendations to the Department of City Planning as well as to our elected officials, because after the City Planning Commission, it will go to the City Council for a vote, is my understanding. And we and the borough president can weigh in. As usual, we're advisory. It's not a formal vote, but clearly they are willing to take our feedback. Does anyone have any questions about process? Anyone have any comments? Is anyone's understanding of the process different? Andrew?
No, I was just going to ask, like, are we going to include the regular ULURP or the general CB9 board in the kind of formulation of our results, and then what we would want to put forth to the other city entities?
I think we certainly are charged with bringing this forward to the ULURP committee. And at the ULURP committee, we can decide if we should bring it forward to the general board. Since this is not a ULURP process, there isn't a fixed way of doing this. I tend to think that if it could affect a lot of people should know. But let's make that decision at the ULURP committee.
I think the first thing that should be requested is that a hearing be conducted so that the community has an opportunity to first understand what is being proposed and has an opportunity to speak on it. Even though you have a 60-day review, you're going to have to move very quickly. So I think one of the recommendations from the subcommittee should be that the chair organize an information session with the community and also have a hearing so that the community can weigh in on these proposals.
I agree with that. Anybody else?
I agree. I assume there would be someone from City of Yes that would come in to answer questions and present.
They did say that they will be reaching out to every community board, but it seemed a little fuzzy about that. So yes, so I would assume that Community Board 9 should reach out to DCP, asking them when they are going to have someone come and present to the community, so that they can present the proposals as well as answer any questions, and thus give the community an opportunity to have a position that they're taking. So you have to do it very quickly. You only have 2 months. So
John, what do you think?
No, I think what Alicia and Nicola have said is very appropriate, and we should, request a response from DCP and get someone here to review
Okay.
these things.
So
and
let's
possibly do it in a separate meeting, and because the 17 proposal, just stating the 17 proposal is going to take quite some time. And then, any questions that people will have. So you probably need a full hour, hour and a half.
So we can certainly ask I think our committee should just directly send out that request to DCP, and we would have to involve Fred and the executive board and the district office in terms of scheduling.
And I think you should let's loop Pat in and make sure that she's comfortable with it.
Yes.
This should come from the ULURP committee.
Right. So we should bring that forward to ULURP. In consideration of the time, I think it could not hurt to let DCP know now. But let's definitely bring that forward to the ULURP committee. Okay, so I'm looking at the list of things that we said we were going to talk about. Nicola, you had a few things that you felt needed more discussion. I think one of them you said was the issue of EV charging stations, whether it should. Currently, they're only allowed in what are known as traditional auto districts, which is C2, C6, and C8, not in C1 districts. And just to bring this home a little bit more to CB9, CB9 doesn't have, okay, so obviously we know Empire Boulevard is a C82 district. The triangle where the BP gas station is on Flatbush is a C82. There's some C82 on Utica Avenue. We don't have any C6. We have a little bit of C2 on some of the retail avenues to the south. And we have a lot of C1. And so just to give you some background, in the code, essentially the purpose of separating it this way is the districts that are not C2, C6, and C8. The idea is that we don't want to break up the retail frontage with auto uses, meaning we want it to be a walkable pedestrian environment, yada, yada. We don't want tons of curb cuts. We don't want tons of traffic going in and out, et cetera. So I kind of looked around to try to see where they might be thinking about doing this. And the locations that I came up with were the McDonald's parking lot up on, I want to say it's just north of Empire Boulevard. Is it, Nicola, is it Sullivan or? It's near you, right?
The McDonald's is on Empire between McKeever and Washington or Franklin.
Yeah. So the McDonald's parking lot is one example. It's a large open surface parking lot. It's in a C1 district, but it borders Empire Boulevard, which again is the C82. And another possibility would be the parking lot at Medgar Evers College. That's where Medgar Evers College basically takes up the entire block. They have a large surface parking lot that fronts on Franklin Avenue, and it's a C1 zoning. But again, I could imagine, wanting to put an EV charging station there with, I don't know, however many, like half a dozen chargers or something like that. So to me, those seem like the only appropriate C1 locations. I don't really see it happening, in some sort of like one-story retail, on Rogers or Flatbush or something like that. That wouldn't make a lot of sense, right?
But is it permissible?
So it's not currently permissible in a C1. It would be permissible in a C2. So the idea is, should we essentially make it permissible in any zoning district? Or the other option is, if we have specific places where we think it's okay, should we just rezone those areas if, we get to the point where we're taking another look at zoning? So maybe we should just start with, do we think it's okay in those kinds of areas that I mentioned?
I thought we were leaning to, I didn't get the sense that and I think this is when we were getting rushed at the end of the meeting, but I didn't get the sense that we wanted these EV stations just anywhere. And so just any C district, commercial district could now have auto use and an EV charging station. So I thought we were leaning more towards no, that we need to, keep it in the traditional areas for now, and let's see where this goes. And part of my thinking, just looking at the experience we're having right now with the 5G towers, which are supposed to be in commercial districts, yet we have one on Montgomery, and supposedly because that's a commercial overlay. So I'm not sure what they mean by commercial district. And I would hate to open us up to now having these EV stations in any residential area that may have a commercial overlay.
So I think
agree. Yeah.
So I think the question should be, because it states all commercial districts.
Right.
That is the term. So I think.
So I would say no.
We need to say clarification whether or not you're talking about commercial districts or commercial overlays, and find out if commercial overlays are what they're referring to. Will it also include commercial overlays?
So C2s are C1 and C2 are supposed to be commercial overlay districts. They're really not intended as all commercial districts. But the C2 is supposed to be for auto uses, whereas the C1 is not.
Do you recall if there's a residential equivalency for C6 and C8?
There is not a residential equivalent for C8. There is a residential equivalent for C6. C6 is a very high density zoning, however. That's essentially is for towers. Like that's the zoning they have on the Williamsburg waterfront. Okay,
so that's not applicable to our district. So, with those two caveats then of mixed use, barring any residential equivalency or other forms of accessory residential occupancy or use group. And then the other thing that I would ask about is, like, we have a lot of non-conforming unattended parking lots right now. Like, I don't know, like the Western Beef parking lot is in an R7.
I agree.
And if they wanted to put parking lot, like, I don't know, I think it would make sense to have EV charging there. It's like bajillion parking spaces, but it's not actually zoned for it, and it wouldn't be able to be. So
Well,
there's,
part of the land is a CA2, so they would.
Right.
It-
So,
it
but
can't be a
Andrew is right
s-
that the parking lot specifically is not.
Well, no, the
Supermarket
sliver
is.
that's in the front on Empire is a CA2. Then there's the R5 in the back, and then on the side is the R7.
There are 7. That's
I know
correct.
because it's my block.
Well, no, you're correct, Alicia.
So
So,
they would be able to
but
put.
the parking
charging
lot section is not part of the, I'm not sure if it's part of the CA2.
Well,
it's all 3. But like, is
Yeah.
the rule then, no, I'm
It's 3.
asking like, is the rule that you could only put them in like the sliver that fronts Empire, or like, would it be, would you have to use highest best use, or would you have to use the majority, like the strictest case, which would be any residential? That's what I'm saying. That kind of,
so the
scrutiny.
question would be, what happens if you have a 3-zone lot and one is a commercial and the other one's a 2 residential? Will you allow full coverage from the commercial?
Yes.
That's the question. So that,
Like,
but maybe what would happen if you looked at the zoning resolution, it probably would tell you that. It's possible.
I'm trying to still read I'm over the definitions. It's so dense.
I know. I haven't gotten to that yet, but I will. But
John Craver, you look like you have something to say.
No, I was just looking at Zola, and yeah, it's interesting how sort of, we'll call it the northern half of that parking lot at Western Beach is in the CA2 district, and then it's
Has to be.
weirdly split. But yeah, no, it's a very good point. If it's a single lot with multiple zoning identifications, for lack of a better term, would sort of one trump the other one? Would the other sort of spread, the things that we don't want in the residential side, or would that be allowed?
I mean,
I don't know that answer.
Alicia pointed out there's the R5 section, which is right next to the houses on Sterling Street. And it looks to me like it was kind of set up in a way that R5 is like a buffer between the rest of the lot and the houses on Sterling. John, you're on mute. You're muted,
I think
John.
it was a lot combination from previously when brownstones went to the distinction between the R7 and R5. That used to be manufacturing that wrapped the corner onto Washington.
Okay. Well, in any case, it's kind of a useful buffer, right? John, what do you want to say?
I know, I'm pantomiming. Yeah, if those uses that are allowed in the C8 zone aren't allowed to spill over into the R districts.
Well, okay, so let's just start with the idea. We all seem to think it's fine to have EV charging in the Western Beef parking lot. Would it be okay to have it at the Medgar Evers parking lot? Would it be okay to have it at the McDonald's parking lot? I'm just trying to get a sense of,
Yeah, I mean, I think the McDonald's lot is really pretty small. But,
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Sorry.
Yeah, I live near all those places, so I think it'd be fine to have the EV charging. The issue that I see is, would it be for residential people to use those, or are they going to be solely taken by corporations? Like, who's going to be able to use those? Is it going to be all?
Well, so if it's super fast charging, you really can't charge for more than like half an hour or 45 minutes before, you have to disconnect, because, you can't, as you all know, if you overcharge your battery, that's bad for it. So it's not really it's really first come, first serve. Nobody is going to be able to hog it sort of permanently. You go, you charge, you leave.
Well, I heard in the hearing.
But they're proposing at the same time that 50% of the lot now will be allowed for commercial usage. So you have a public, what could be a public parking lot. So now Western Beef could have, underneath the other proposal, Western Beef can have 50% of the parking lots can be reserved for commercial vehicles.
They could, and that's
So
separate,
there you have it. The charging stations are for the commercial vehicles.
and that's separate and apart from the short-term charging, right?
So
I mean,
I
if
would-
they want to, if they want to maximize the utility of the chargers, they can't allow someone to hog the parking spot for parking. Once you're done charging, you leave, right? And they can still have, they're still going to have plenty of spots for the commercial parking if that's what's allowed. And we should talk, and I think we should.
Well, I
talk
don't
about
think you
that
should
too.
allow commercial parking, and that's a new regulation. They're trying.
Yeah, I agree with
I
that.
think we should say that there should be no commercial parking in residential parking lots. Why are we competing? Why does now the residents who are shopping at Western Beef now have to compete with commercial cars and trucks and vans? And there's no reason that they gave why they should be giving commercial vehicles now the option to park in residential parking lots, both public parking lots as well as private parking lots. Why are you allowing that? They gave no rationale for that or why that is. And I think that that's one point that we should definitely push back on and say, no, we don't think that that's to the advantage of the residents to have commercial parking in residential parkings.
Anybody else?
Public or private. I forgot what proposal that is, but I will.
It is one of the
Proposal 11. Proposal
Yes.
11. So one,
Yes.
we can get one thing out of this conversation would be an objection to having commercial vehicles now being allowed to park in residential parking spaces, both private and public.
Okay, anybody else?
Say no against that.
Yeah, I just want to say too,
Great.
there's actually a big problem in our neighborhood with lots, like the lot next to the old Toomey's is
Mhm.
filled with cars. It's
Yeah.
not to be used as a parking lot. Those are commercial cars and they're all part of like buggy rental and also the what is this, the company that owns City Bike?
Lyft.
Yeah, Lyft is also has cars in it that they're like fixing or are in disrepair, and that's what was parked all along the street on Empire when there was that explosion. Like neighbors had been complaining. So I would rather not have the commercial car group taking over those spots for EV charging.
So actually, the Toomey's Diner spot is a C1. And when I looked at that, I initially thought, I saw all those cars there and I thought, maybe that could be a location for an EV charging station. But then I thought, you know what, it's really small. It's next to an apartment building, maybe not. So,
I think not, but they're going to have all these basement parking spots like at the old Firestone, at the old Associated. All those are going to have big parking lots. And I think they're
Right.
going to I hope they have EV chargers, but I
Right.
think they should be all for residents.
Exactly. I think
And-
there'd be a strong push from this committee to say at least proposal 11 should be, proposal 11, you should definitely push back against and say commercial vehicles should not be a part of the parking regulations. You should need to keep them residential.
John
just
Craver,
Up
what
with
do you think?
rentals, taking up all that space that people.
Yeah. Taking it, you know what our parking lot on Western Beef will look like? The residents won't be able to come in there and park and be able.
But I'll let John answer. I know Suki had called on him, but the thing is that we're honing in specifically on CB9. This is a citywide issue. And so it's hard for us to dictate what does that look like in other communities. That's why I say, let the zoning stay. If it's already zoned for auto usage, then okay, maybe an EV, but these that we're talking about now are not.
Right.
We don't know what a C1 district looks like in other communities. And I think it's hard to make these blanket statements, one size fit all across the city. And I think that we have to be mindful of the abuses that may occur when we start opening this up. Commercial should stay in commercial.
That's right. And residential
what
should stay
do
in
you think?
residential.
No, I think that's the risk, right? If we essentially open up the
Pandora's box.
to spill into everything else, we'll end up with lots of really bad development.
And then you got big trucks now parking all over the place. You got them all in the residential neighborhoods. You got them all, I mean, you go
Which
to
are,
West
which is
Beach.
illegal. Commercial vehicles are not allowed to park in residential neighborhoods.
Thank you. Thank
So
you.
that's
Literally
actually
getting rid of that.
that's actually the point that I wanted to bring up, is that I think the rationale behind this proposal is that there are some neighborhoods, including some parts of our neighborhood, where overnight truck parking is a problem. And so the idea is, let's get them off the street and into garages where they're going to pay, and they won't be taking up the residents' free street parking. It is a problem on Flatbush, that section along the Botanic Gardens between Empire and Grand Army Plaza. It's also a problem on Parkside, between Ocean and the Park Circle, which is not exactly our community board, but most of you are
So you
probably.
take it off the street and put it into the residential. And so the residential, where does the residential go? Where did those cars go?
Well, that's a good question. I think it's kind of being put to you.
And commercial will still park there. They're still parked there.
I don't disagree, but I think it's kind of being proposed to us like, look, let them have the garage parking, which you pay for, and you can have more free street parking.
No, that's not going to be the reality.
What they need to do and don't want to do is create EV parking stations. They're going to have to create some parking lots for these commercial vehicles to charge, but they don't want to use that real estate. So now they're trying to encroach on the little real estate that will be left for residential parking, because as we know, most of these new towers have little to no parking requirements.
Right.
Okay.
And the limited ones that they will be providing, as one commissioner said, well, how are you figuring out you want to have all these parking spaces for EV charging, but then you want to, on the other hand, you want to eliminate parking?
Okay, Teresa?
I just want to add to that. We have a lot of the new Amazon EVs, and I talked to some of those guys and asked them, and women, where they were charging, and they're all charging. There's a lot of them, and they're very nice, but they're charging in New Jersey. They have huge lots in New Jersey where their EVs are charging, and their charge doesn't last for that long. That'll increase, but I would like to keep them all charging in New Jersey and not.
Well, they've also got chargers at the
lot.
Botanic
Those
Gardens
big
parking lot.
rich companies, they could charge elsewhere.
Exactly. Why are they competing with residents who don't?
Okay, so let's say that we ban commercial parking in either our parking lots or on the streets. If we get rid of commercial parking, are we willing to do EV charging in some of these parking lots that we mentioned? Do we want EV charging in those parking lots for us?
I mean, if you think that by 2040, they won't even be selling anything but electrical cars, you're going to need EV charging stations everywhere. So it doesn't seem proper for us to say, no, they shouldn't be there. What you have to do is you have to look at the code to see exactly where they're allowing it to happen. And I promised that the next time we have this meeting, I would have delved into that code.
Okay, so there's kind of a couple ways we can deal with this, right? If these particular lots are auto uses anyway, and we expect, or auto-oriented uses, and we expect them to remain that way, we have the option of saying, we don't want this done at a citywide level, right? But we want those particular lots to be changed to a C2 overlay, or maybe we rezone the whole lot C8-2, right? Like in the case of that McDonald's with the parking lot, it's really even, it's half, I think it's actually in an R6 zone, but it's so similar to the portions of Empire Boulevard that are zoned C8-2. Maybe you ask for it to be rezoned C8-2 if you expect it to stay that way and you want it to stay that way. That is one option. The other option is to have a code change that doesn't define EV charging stations as like an auto service station, right? Is to just say that it's something that's accessory to a parking lot. And these kind of open surface parking lots that we have in the C1 areas they're either unlicensed and grandfathered, or they're allowed because they're accessory to a commercial use, right? Maybe the architects can help me out here a little bit, but do you understand what I'm saying? Like, as opposed to making it a code change where we kind of combine C1 and C2, let's just take the EV charging station specifically and say it's really not an auto service station. It's just something that is part of a parking lot.
I don't have an electric vehicle and I have not owned a car since high school, but when you charge in a parking lot for an electric vehicle, you pay at the meter, right?
Yes.
There's
Yeah.
still an exchange for goods and services.
Yeah.
So in that sense, like it would not, in my mind, I would consider it more, God, is it an attended parking lot or a valet parking lot where there is a commercial component to the parking assembly
It
storage?
doesn't have to be attended. You can stick your credit card right in the charger. And
No, I know. I'm saying instead of a dead parking lot where it's literally just for car storage, I think there's gradients to this where it would be more like a vehicle storage use that has elements of commerce in it already, like a valet. Like, I think anywhere that happens, put an electric vehicle, it's very similar. I don't think it's a good idea to go with the rezoning or changing of zoning of things to try to game out the commercial overlays, especially because C2 has a residential equivalency, and then you're back at square one with commercial versus residential uses.
I'm just noting that it's 7:45, and so are we going to go through the 17 proposals, or what exactly?
okay, so what else do you guys want to discuss? Nicola, you got back to me and you marked a few things. Let me see what you.
I know one question that I had that was not very clear was how visually the solar panels were going to affect 2- and 3-story buildings. That was not clear. That was a concern of mine, because in a historic district such as yours, Suki, if you wanted to put a solar panel, you still had to go to the landmarks preservation and get approval of it based upon, if it can be seen from the street. But in my community, on my block, we don't have that kind of protection, and I'm trying to figure out, should there be a setback? Currently there's a 6-foot setback.
Yeah,
on
so
certain
actually,
lots.
I'm not sure if you were at the meeting where I showed the presentation, but I'm happy to show it again. I did take some photos that show pretty clearly some of what's going on. So
I know, but besides doing that, what is the final result? Is there supposed to be a 6-foot setback or not?
there currently is supposed to be at least a 6-foot setback. And
the new
anything that's taller than 4 feet in an R5 district can only cover up to 25% of the roof.
Is that the new regs or the old ones?
Those are the old regulations.
I'm talking about the new regulations.
Under the new regulations, no, there would not be any
It's
setback
100%
requirement.
coverage, I believe they say. And so
Yeah, and because you can really go up to 10 feet, that's going to be extremely visible, even with a setback.
but a 6-foot setback is better than 100% coverage. And I think we should be stating very clearly that there should be at least a 6-foot or 6 or 10-foot setback on buildings that are, less than or more than, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so I'm just going to show some of the photos. I'm just going to try to.
See, but that's
Well, in the last meeting, we agreed with you, Alicia. We did not think that design was
Yeah.
warranted. So we
Right.
kind of, we objected to that and we had some
Yeah.
concerns that we had
Okay, so
put
I
in our
think,
comments.
okay, so that should be definitely one thing that we should say about the 100% solar panels, that after a certain height that, before they get to a certain height, there definitely should be a setback.
So we actually said that in the R1 through R5 category, there
Mhm.
really should be no increase in the height limits. So in addition to just the visibility from the street, these taller solar panels will cast a shadow on the neighbor's roof. So
You don't want them taller than what?
I mean, I think even, to be honest, I think even 6 feet is pretty tall. I think they should stick with the current rules where 4 feet is the limit. And let me just show you. Let me just show you a couple of examples that it's really very possible with the appropriate setbacks. Can you all see this, or is it not showing?
It's not
We should
showing,
present.
it's only showing on the side, small, but.
Is it showing now?
Oh, yeah, everybody talked about that horrible.
Okay. So this is a picture I took from my rooftop of the neighbors behind me. You can see that they have 4 compressors here. It's a 4-story building. And they even have something here. I don't even know what it is. I think this is an extra tall compressor, but they have a lot of shit on their roof and nothing shows from the front because it's set back. And so it's quite possible, even in a somewhat larger building, to set things back in a way that doesn't show. Okay, here's a storage unit on Empire Boulevard that has tons of solar panels. It's also got some HVAC stuff on the roof, and nothing shows from the ground level. You guys probably are familiar with this. Am I right about
Yeah,
that?
it's right across the street from me. I can see it from my back window, and I didn't even notice that they had solar panels.
Exactly. So they have tons of coverage. I mean, look at this. This is a lot. If every building this size had solar panels on the roof, we'd be generating lots of energy, and it doesn't have to show. So, although we can't impose the landmark standard of not visible from the street on everybody, I really think it's quite possible for most buildings. And I'm really not in favor of any rule change. I think that the instances where you see this being requested is where they're trying to use the rooftop for a whole bunch of other things. They have very little open space. Some of these affordable housing buildings that make use of ZQA, they have like very high lot coverage. So maybe they're using part of the roof for green space, because there's also, Andrew pointed out, we also have this requirement under building code for green roofs, blue roofs, solar roofs. So there's a whole lot of stuff that's going on. Maybe you have HVAC on part of the roof. Maybe you obviously can't do a blue roof and a solar roof at the same time, because you don't want to collect water around your solar panels.
You could
So
do that.
if you're trying to do HVAC and solar panels, solar panels, and a green roof, it gets really, really crowded. And that's when they want to start stacking them vertically.
Well, yes, they are increasing the 40-foot to 55 feet for the mechanical equipment. And so, and they're making the claim that there would be no environmental impact. So the EAS came back, yay, we're not going to change anything, even though we're making everything higher. But I think we could at least state that, what should we state? I guess I'm trying to get to the end here. Should we state that after, up until a certain height, there should be a setback?
So, I think there should be no rule change at all for R1 through R5. Tom Thomas had suggested that under 50 feet, that the solar panel should not be taller than 6 feet. That for a building that's under 50 feet tall, the solar panel shouldn't be any taller than 6 feet. I think for the, I think we'd come to the conclusion that for the R6 and above buildings, that it should be based on the height of the building, that it should be proportional to the height of the building. I agree that there should be a setback. Andrew, do you want to?
Sorry, I think I'm going to be the lone dissenter, and I personally do not take umbrage with this. I think the image that you're showing on the right is a bit deceiving. You can extremely clearly see the FDNY perimeter requirement and that one threshold passage that's also required per FDNY that runs down the center, right? Now, there's also a requirement that you can't put the flat planar array on the mechanical bulkheads at the side, which I think I would support as well. Like, put them on the flat roof surface, sure, totally. Put them on the bulkhead that's above the flat roof surface, totally. But I would point and push back and say, like, the larger the residential property is, the more apartments and the more different temperature and HVAC requirements it has, and the more stuff you have on the roof that is required for the running of the building day to day. Like, this is a self-storage building, right? They're not particularly comfortable to be in because they don't have a lot of moving air. And so the roof is relatively clear. In a residential building where you have different controls and temperature settings for every unit on every floor, the roof is a lot more complicated. And if that's the only place that you're willing to make concessions, I don't foresee that that is going to be wildly successful for our district. Does that make sense?
Okay, so
Well,
just
I'm not sure.
it certainly makes sense
I
that
don't-
a denser building would need more HVAC, right? But for example, like the 4-story building that I showed earlier, this is actually the same size as some of the smaller apartment buildings that are in R6 zoning, right? It has 4 compressors, none of which show from the roof, from the street, right? And so I think that even in an R6 zone, it's possible to really not have it show all that
But
much.
that's a much narrower lot, isn't it?
Well, but we have a lot of buildings on the avenues that are even in the R7.
No, sorry, I'm
that-
saying the 5 or 6 foot perimeter clearance really would take a big chunk out of that because it's such a narrow lot. The geometry is not in its favor.
Well, okay, so.
Well,
let's-
I think what I think.
And then
what
you
we-
have large landowners that are, like more able to take advantage of whatever, green solar credits the state's going to lay out in the future. And then, I just see this as a way that is not progressive in the sense that I would like it to be, as you've currently said it.
I think what we're talking about is the visual impact that these solar panels will have in our community. We don't have a lot of development space right now. Our average size of our buildings are 3 to 4 stories.
Okay, so let me talk
Wait,
about
let me
another.
finish. So Suki, let me finish.
Sorry, Alicia, go ahead.
So if you start allowing these solar panels to go do 100% coverage, now you're walking down the street and you're seeing solar panels all over the place.
I don't think solar panels are that ugly.
Excuse me, destroying the visual character of the community. I don't think landmark communities are the only communities that should be protected for visual integrity. I think that should be done for all. I don't want to walk down my block and see solar panels coming off of people's roofs. And it's a visual integrity issue. This is not, so I don't see why 6 feet from the frontage is such a horrible thing when we're talking about the majority of our land, our building stock is 3 to 4 stories and don't have all of the requirements that you're talking about. They're not huge buildings. We don't have huge buildings in this community. You're talking about large buildings and they have setbacks that they can't put the storages on to protect the visual integrity on the large buildings. We're talking about short buildings, 2 to 3 story buildings. Which
Okay,
is
so
That is
I'm
not the only thing in
just,
our neighborhood. You're
I
on the
didn't say
artery
it was
right
the
now.
only
It's
thing in
huge.
our neighborhood. Excuse me.
Yes.
I said that 96% of it is in our neighborhood.
So I'm sharing this picture of the armory because this is something that we're all familiar with. You can see the solar panels on the armory. You can also see some of the HVAC stuff up here. And this is actually not visible from the street. So again, I would say that it's possible. I'm going to show you another example.
And I think it's important for people to understand the community in which they live in and they're talking about. If you want to know about our community, just take a look at some of the work that has been done previously that talks about exactly what our community is comprised of. The percentage of 3 to 4 story housing, anything above that, et cetera, et cetera. You know, you take exceptions to Empire Boulevard, and that's a 3-block commercial strip, which we have very few of. And use that as a model, I don't think that that's appropriate.
I'm going to show you another example.
Learn the community.
Okay, this is 934 Carroll Street. This also looks like it's solar panels. It looks like quite a significant amount. It doesn't cover 100% of the roof again. But again, you know, when you go down to the street level, it doesn't seem to be visible from the street. And that's because very often these older buildings have parapets. You know, there's like a little wall that's like 2 or 3 feet tall that tends to hide these things. If you have the FDNY corridor, which kind of that's almost like a required setback, that clearance corridor. So I do think that even on larger buildings, it is possible. Are you going to be able to meet all of your energy needs with these solar panels? Possibly not. You know, Andrew, I agree that the denser the building gets, the less roof surface area it has relative to the amount of residential space. So it's just less efficient, essentially, to be generating all your power from solar. And, you know, so if the goal is to be completely energy independent, then yes, you would have to maximize coverage as much as possible. And even then, I'm not sure that you're going to be able to generate all of your energy needs from solar panels, which is why, you know, I've mentioned before a number of times that we may have to think about, you know, long term for all of these buildings in New York, and particularly when you think about Manhattan, which is full of these denser, older apartment buildings, we may need to start thinking about geothermal. So, John, did you want to say something?
Sorry, I was just trying to pull up my little crib sheet from my little array of panels.
Yes, John has a wonderful house. I think everybody should hear about this.
12 little panels. So I just did so far this year. So there's no, right now we're negative in April and so far trending in May. But there's no way in like December, January, February that even if we covered the entire surface of our 20 by 50 foot house, that we would generate that electricity as needed. So there's just not enough coverage. And I don't think I'm not sure, you know, I really don't think that every single household, every single building is going to be covered in solar panels in New York City ever. But the idea is that we're reducing the impact, reducing our reliance on the fossil fuels and creating a more robust and more durable and resistant energy system. So I don't think, you know, again, not every single building is going to have every little challenges. Yeah, ours are sit on the roof. They're up by 6 inches. And you can't see them from the street because we do have like a 24-inch or so parapet, not parapet, but a rise at the cornice of the building. So they're tucked down there below. So, but if my neighbors on either side, by instance where I'm in R6, I think it is, R5, I6, they theoretically they could add 2 stories to their buildings, and my panels would be in shadow. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
So that's another issue that we have. I fully agree that just the underlying zoning is something that we need to address to make it appropriate to protect our solar panels.
It's called like solar shadow.
Yeah.
You theoretically you have potentially some
Yeah,
control over someone else's property if you.
I
Have
think they brought that up, that like a duplex or a conjoined property where one overshadows the other could enter into a solar easement, which is currently not allowed in the zoning. And I think that actually, I don't know, that could be pretty exciting and a kind of, I would say, interesting ownership structure to deal with that issue. I'm not convinced of it, but I would like to know other people's thoughts about the solar easement perspective.
I think it would just be easier to give John's block the correct zoning. His block is like, a mixture of houses and small apartment buildings, and it's zoned for larger apartment buildings, and there's really no reason why it should be. And that's really the situation in a lot of our community. So we want to protect people's investments and, their efforts to be good citizens in terms of, being green.
Yeah, it's an overlapping of the green infrastructure with community characteristics and trying to maintain what the community what the community looks like now in the infrastructure building sense. We don't necessarily I don't think anyone wants these 20-foot wide by 5 or 6 story buildings that are popping up here and there in random lots just to march down all our blocks.
And I do think it's very possible that you get neighborhoods or districts which are predominantly new construction. Like sometimes if you've got a neighborhood rezoning or a large scale development or something like that, I don't really see the problem with having like a district master plan or special zone or like special guidelines for a large scale development or something that would be different, particularly if they're trying to do affordable housing and, there's a lot of constraints on what they're doing. But for neighborhoods like ours, where you're thinking predominantly infill, if at all, does this make sense? I think is the question. Does it make sense to be applied citywide? And this was a question that the commissioners were asking. Have you thought about unintended consequences? Because there's clearly contexts where, yes, we can see why the architect wanted this, and we can see what they're trying to do. It's in 100% affordable, low-income supportive housing. Maybe it's all new construction. They're trying to do passive house or something like that. Okay. But maybe that's, for that specific district or that specific development, should it be citywide? Nicola is shaking her head. But you're on mute, Nicola.
Yeah, I'm coming off. That's why I had it as a discussion item, because when we talked about it, it seemed as if we were leaning more towards no, we don't think that this should be a citywide mandate. We were leaning towards keep it the way it is, allow variances. But again, I'm just concerned about making blanket statements that if we give developers an inch, they're going to take a mile. So I'm just very concerned about blanket changes without truly understanding how this is going to play out. This is a new area for most of the city, especially the small homeowners. And John has been able to make it work for his building, for his house. I think under the current zoning, most small buildings would be able to comply under the current guidelines. So I'm just concerned about opening us up to unintended consequences.
Yeah, I feel a little bit differently than I did the last time we talked about this. About just letting it go to see as many solar panels would be okay as possible. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and I guess to Nicola's point, it would be really interesting to do even like a partial sort of study of, just take a section, whether it's a, 5 block by 5 block area, not even that big, and say what is currently permissible and what kind of coverage, what kind of output could be generated.
In terms
And
of energy.
in terms of, yes, if we're considering just solar panels, what would that output be? Conforming to all restrictions that are current. You could do everything could be flat. You could have raised the sort of the canopy type design and installation, and see what that looks like, and what's the gain to go to these other rules.
I think that's a wonderful idea, John, and maybe even include city-owned buildings like schools.
I think that was one of the issues that the commission has had, was like, where are the studies? You came up with all of these changes in a very short period of time. What studies have you conducted where you can see how this is going to play out? And unfortunately, DCP was unable to answer that because they didn't do any studies. And they're not doing the environmental impact because their EAS came back, no negative effects. Was I surprised? No. So you really are not going to know what's going to happen until it happens.
Yeah, one other thing that they mentioned that was interesting was they said that they had done a reasonable worst case scenario as part of their EAS, but I didn't see that included. So I think it would be interesting to see what they did and what that means, what the reasonable worst case scenario is. Because I mean, to my mind, reasonable worst case scenario is what John Craver was saying, is like you take a look at what we could do under the current rules, you take a look at what could be done under the new rules, and you compare it, you see in terms of energy, how much you're getting or not getting, and what is the visual difference if everybody started putting up those 15-foot tall, 100% coverage solar panels on their roofs. So yeah, I would agree. By the way, is anybody interested in helping us to look at that? I can't see who's still on right now.
To look at what?
To look at the amount of energy that could be generated just from everybody putting in solar panels under the current rules. All of the small houses, maybe.
I don't know if that's going to make a difference on these text amendments. They're not going to care.
Okay, well, if that's a no, I know that's a lot of work, but maybe somebody is interested in doing that. And you know what? If we think it's a good idea, I think that should be in the list of things that we want city planning to do, right? Because they get paid to do this full time.
Well, I think what would be nice is to ask city planning to produce any studies that they have conducted regarding their 17 proposals. And just let them come back with crickets, but it would be nice to just put that
Right.
in. Like,
Okay.
But
okay, so a couple more things. I did have a photo I wanted to show you of solar panels on a sloped roof house, but I haven't been able to pull that up, so maybe I'll do that at the end. But I wanted to move on to something else. There was a lot of discussion about passive houses.
passive housing.
So
Regarding what? What proposal do you know?
The increase, the 5% increase in
Increase
FAR?
in FAR and the extra allowance for building insulation. I think they're currently allowed up to 8 inches. They now want 11 inches. So what does this mean? This is a little bit difficult to find, but it turns out that there's a group in Brooklyn, an affordable housing group called Riseboro, which has sort of like a big plan to convert a lot of their buildings to passive house. And let me just start by saying a lot of new construction now is passive house, right? It's planned that way from the start. So it looks like new construction, and it has the really tight building envelope, which helps to reduce energy needs to a minimum. But this particular group is doing a lot of retrofits. They own a lot of older affordable housing buildings in Brooklyn, and they decided to do a lot of retrofits. I had a little trouble finding out where exactly these were, but I finally found somebody who made a video on TikTok about this specifically. Okay, so this is what these retrofits look like. And I like these images because you can actually see the new building on the left and what an typical older building in that neighborhood looks like.
Are we seeing, I'm seeing 934 Carroll Street. Is that what we're?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Let me do a new share. Okay, here we go. Are you seeing it now? Okay, so on the left is the new building, and on the right is a typical older building on the same block. This is a second building in their portfolio. And this is a third building in their portfolio. This is obviously quite a large one. So, thoughts?
Well, what they would basically, the change is just the fact that they're going to give them 5% more FAR.
Well, it's also
Retrofit. The
kind of
problem,
enabling the extra cladding on the outside.
oh yeah, of course. I mean, that's clear, but the question, I'm not sure what the issue is, whether or not you think the 5% FAR is appropriate, because they have to retrofit. And so they're saying, well, if you retrofit, we're going to give you a financial incentive, and that's give you 5% FAR. They made the claim that they did an analysis, and that's what the average, when they retrofitted, the average was 5% additional FAR that they had to do. Okay. And then the other one was, whereas new development had to do ultra low energy. So where new development has to be, 100% efficient, if you go beyond that efficiency and you do an ultra low energy, then you also entitled to the additional FAR. So my question was, when did you get the additional FAR? If you're doing a new construction and the new construction has to comply with all the existing new regulations that will make you energy efficient, and now you're supposed to go way above and beyond that in order to get the additional FAR, well, clearly you're going to get the additional FAR as you're building. And who's going to make sure that
You comply.
created an ultra low energy efficient building? Who's going to make sure that that happened? Because you're going to get the FAR before you actually build, because you're going to say on your application that you're going to do an ultra low energy efficient building. Who's going to enforce that?
So that's a good point.
Because we know how DOB enforces.
That is a good point. John?
No, DOB would be the point of enforcement and confirmation that you are meeting those requirements. And that's, no one goes back and does a post occupancy or post completion investigation or analysis of what you're actually achieving. So,
Right.
And I mean, looking at the photos on the left, clearly one looks horrible. It's like wearing a bad Halloween costume. And you lose all sorts of texture by just really putting this layer of pastiche on top of the existing structure. That would be most unfortunate.
So I didn't have a chance to put this slide in, but I've seen other examples of passive buildings that did not have anything on the facade. Most of them were townhouses, more expensive buildings, right? So it is possible to get that level of energy efficiency without covering the facade. Am I right about that?
Yeah,
No,
go inside.
you put everything inside. So you're
That's it.
using up your usable floor area by having insulated walls.
So they said that the reason that they wanted to do it from the outside was to minimize construction disruption to the tenants who were going to continue to be there. So I was a little bit surprised when I saw this video saying, oh, they don't have to leave their homes for more than 2 weeks. So 2 weeks is still a fair amount of time. I mean, I wonder, if it's possible to do some internal work in 2 weeks, like I got some quotes to put up a mini split and ductwork, and that's probably about how long it takes to do it from the inside, right? Patch up the holes, whatever. I mean, a lot of these contractors are not going to put the ductwork in the wall cavities. They're going to slap it on the surface of the wall and run it through the hallways and whatnot. And that isn't very nice, but if they're not caring about how things look, that might take about 2 weeks too. Okay. So here's a couple of interviews that I found with the architect. So a couple of things really jumped out at me. The first was the total cost. It does save a lot of energy. They're saying it's about 80% of their energy needs. So for these 146 apartments, they're going to save $180,000 a year. But the cost averages out to about $137,000 per apartment. So that's $137,000 times 146. And if you whip out your calculators and you do $180,000 divided by 137,000 times 146, I get a return on investment of 0.08%. So this is very costly to do things this way. The second thing is, I think,
But don't forget, if
It's
it's a
not
rent
just energy.
stabilized building, they're going to pass it on to the tenants.
Yeah. But they're also doing major capital improvements of new flooring, bathrooms, and kitchens.
they are.
And they're going to pass it on to the tenants.
Let's pretend that only half of the cost is due to the, the passive part of it, right? Let's say it's only like 65,000, right?
But they're also getting the extra FAR, which is the point. They're getting the extra billable space, and they could probably sell that.
It's still like less than a 2% return on investment, which I don't, these are affordable housing buildings. They can't raise the rents. These are subsidized. They got a grant. They got $20 million.
Sell the FAR. They can sell the FAR if they need to.
That's true. That's true.
That's the whole point.
Okay. Second point, so we see that these buildings, they really look quite different from what they were before. And so the director of sustainability for Riseborough was interviewed, and she says, well, we know what these older buildings, she says, she references NYCHA, Mitchell Lama, but to really change them from an aesthetic point of view, that can be really meaningful to people. So really, I think there's an acknowledgement that this is a very significant visual impact, right? And so to me, they have, as you guys said, they have this negative EAS, right? And they're saying there's really no visual impact. But clearly on the buildings where this is being done, there is intended to be a significant visual impact. Now, some people might like that. They might, she's saying that this is, a change in a good way. But nevertheless, it's a significant change, and that demands a more intensive study if you think that this is going to be happening for more than a few buildings, right? So the question is this really going to be happening to a lot of buildings? And I'm not sure about that because this is very costly and it doesn't seem to be a good return on investment. What do you guys think? Is this going to be something that's common? Is this going to happen for a long time?
Aren't they proposing it to have to happen?
Well, we don't know, right? Because these smaller buildings, these are actually not subject to local law 97. The larger buildings, they certainly are. All the office buildings, I'm sure, are scrambling to do that or to buy carbon credits or whatever. A lot of the larger, older co-op buildings, they will have to meet, reduced energy emissions or face fines. But another thing that we talked about, there's also a lawsuit that is currently holding up the implementation of local law 97, precisely because the impact is going to be very serious for some of these older buildings. The rent stabilized buildings are exempted. The co-ops, the market rate co-ops and condos are not.
So when stabilizations are exempted. Okay.
So do they have to? Not necessarily. It's not mandated that they do things in this particular way. It's mandated that they reduce their emissions. It's mandated that everybody goes all electric, which is going to be expensive. Is that going to come to pass? We're not sure yet because of the lawsuit. Did anybody else want to say anything? Teresa?
Well, I would think.
Go to no.
I would
Again.
think that this would definitely have a negative impact on communities of color, in that where in the more wealthier communities, they might fight for keeping the integrity of the exterior walls and demand that work be done inside. I can see in communities of color where that will not be an issue, and more communities of color will be negatively affected by having these retrofitted buildings done. And
yeah, I mean, they're specifically
destroying the
talking about NYCHA and Mitchell Lama targeting those buildings first. Yeah.
So I would think that, that could be one of your rationales for saying no, is that because it would be much easier for a property owner to do retrofitting than to do interior. Clearly, that's just a no-brainer. It will be a lot faster. And a lot
Nicola, what did you want to say?
I was saying, for all of the reasons that we've stated, I'm not comfortable again with these blanket statements. Some homeowners may go for it to get that increase FAR. Some may be persuaded to go for it to get in the FAR that they can sell to other people. This is all new. These are all new concepts, and to start trying to come up with schemes to financially entice people without fully understanding the ramifications citywide, I'm not comfortable with.
John, what did you want to say?
No, I mean, I agree with, again, what Nicola just said. These are very, great ideas in the abstract, but once you get down into the block by block implementation, it's going to ruin this stuff will ruin neighborhoods. It really will. They'll be poorly done. I mean, I've got, right the block on Rutland Street, there's a brand new building going up, And the renderings make it look like, oh, interesting, modernish building, but the execution is terrible. So that's a brand new building. I can't imagine these things, these retrofits being anywhere close to being, good quality. Not even high quality, just good quality.
I'm just curious to know if you think that this is going to be common, because I'm looking at the expense and thinking, no.
Well, and I also want to just interject and say the selling of the FAR, even though I keep talking about it, who really is going to take advantage of that? Normally that's done with big developers who know all the intricacies about, the transferring of FARs and stuff like that. If you're a small, apartment owner and this is the only apartment building you own, the idea of trying to sell additional FAR might be a little over your head, and nobody may not even be wanting to buy it, depending upon where it's at. This is, transfer of FARs tend to be in more wealthier communities. So even though there is this additional, support for these conversions, who really will be taking advantage of the FAR?
John, what
Mhm.
did you want to say?
Yeah, I guess on that point, there was a house behind me the lot is not attached to my lot, but the owner of that lot mistakenly thought our lots were attached at some point. And so I got a cold call from the guy who ended up, had bought the lot and was in the process of tearing down the building and building a 5-story apartment building. He wanted to buy, a couple thousand square feet of FAR so he could add a larger penthouse onto his building. So, and that's just one standalone building. So there are enough developers who know enough about this and FAR transfers and all that, that they could approach someone and even say, hey, I'll retrofit your house and save you, $3,000 a month on your or a year on your energy. All you have to do is sign this piece of paper and transfer over your 5% to me.
Yeah, they could collect quite a lot of FAR that way, and it could collect in a rather unexpected, unplanned place.
That's right.
Teresa.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, I can't not see this working out well for really anybody on a street level. And what happened at 1 Sullivan with that development over top that is just blocked out people's sunlight? Being able to sell the FAR, using up more sidewalk space, it just seems like the worst idea.
So I want to actually bring up another thing which occurred to me, right? I'm looking at these buildings. They're attached on both sides, which is actually a huge advantage, right? It means you're actually insulated on 2 sides, but you're not insulated at the front and the back. So I think this is a big advantage over some of these newer Tower in the Park buildings or some of these NYCHA buildings that have Tower in the Park construction that are really not insulated around them at all. So maybe it's kind of a different, maybe we want to have different standards for different types of buildings, right? I mean, for infill versus these new construction or some of these Tower in the Park developments. That's one thing that occurs to me.
Yeah, the counterpoint will be that there's no guarantee that that building on the right is going to be there for the next 100 years. So
That's a little
Yeah.
scary.
You can go along the blocks of our neighborhood. You can see where have been fires or there have been teardowns.
But that's actually one of the original premises of the landmarks law, that the purpose was preservation of the city's housing stock. So wasn't just about having cute neighborhoods. Did you want to say something else, Teresa? Teresa, did you want to say something else?
No, I'm good. I had my hand up for a while, but I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm thinking it's either going to be a huge visual impact if everybody starts doing this, and that demands an EIS, or if very few people do it because it's so expensive, right? Then why do we need to do a citywide zoning text amendment? Why can't they just ask for their variance or ask DOB for a waiver or whatever, if it's just a few buildings? Or maybe if it's a cluster of them in one area, like Bushwick has a Bushwick rezoning plan. Maybe as part of their rezoning plan, they have special rules if they want to accommodate these buildings. If, you know, I don't know what Bushwick thinks, that's up to them, right? So to me, it seems like we would be better off just having special rules as part of a district-wide rezoning, if that's something the district wants. What do you guys think?
I don't think we should ever mention the fact of having district-wide rezoning to address some of these issues. I don't think you should put that in writing or even make that kind of suggestion.
But if Bushwick wanted that, Bushwick could
That's
have
Bushwick.
that, right?
We're not Bushwick.
Okay.
For this
That's what I mean
statement,
to
I
say.
vote no. For what they proposed, I don't agree with it for a citywide initiative, text amendment. What they want to do is a workaround, if they want, on a community by community basis.
Is up to them.
Spot zoning, by spot zoning, if they want to do something there, fine, but we're not introducing that language here.
Okay.
We're commenting on what they've proposed.
Okay.
And you know, you might want to, I think you want to talk about whether or not that you felt like an EIS should have been done because of the visual impact that retrofitting is going to have on communities all over, you know. And so
I
that's
agree.
one of
I mean,
the,
it's clear
one of
that
the reasons why we would say no is
Right.
because of the visual impact and the fact that you know, DCP has not done an EIS.
Right. I mean, it's clear that even the people who are, even the architect who's doing this is saying that there's going to be a significant visual impact. And whether you think it's good or it's bad, the study needs to be done if there's a significant impact.
Right. And
So,
also it could be disproportionately affect communities of color because
I absolutely think so. Absolutely. I mean, at one point, the chair of the City Planning Commission was saying in their review meeting, oh, don't worry, the landmark districts won't be affected.
exactly
Right.
like they're the only things that matter. That's what
But-
bothers me. I live
But
right outside of the landmark, and you know, I like my block shouldn't be protected. Just the block over.
next to you, right?
You know, just like, no, I think I want my block protected too. Thank you.
But out of 1 million buildings in the city, only 37,000 are landmarked. So that's less than 4%.
Yeah,
That's kind of,
exactly.
this reminds me of that. I don't know if you guys have seen that Netflix series, 3%, where like 3% of it's like a futuristic dystopian world, and 3% of the population gets to go live on an island paradise that has all kinds of technology and wonderful amenities. And the other 97% live in like a horrible, overcrowded slum with no running water. So, and they have like all these tests that they have to go through to be one of the 3%. So this is kind of reminding me of that, you know, like 3% of the city gets to live with good design. The other 97%, too bad. Okay, so let's move on. All right, we have to talk about battery storage because this is very important. Let me pause share. Okay. Okay. All right, so battery storage. Let me just start by saying individual batteries for individual use, they're already allowed, right? If I want to put a power wall on my roof or in my backyard or in my driveway or whatever to store energy from my own personal solar panels, that's already allowed. If an apartment building wanted to do it for that apartment building's use, that's already allowed. What they're proposing to, okay, if you want to do utility scale installation, that would still, that's not being changed. That would still need permits. And that is only permitted in commercial locations. But what they're talking about is something in between. What they're talking about is grid scale, right? So like the example that was given, I think I sent out the article to all of you, this 315 Berry Street in Williamsburg. It's an old loft building. And they were proposing to put 40 of these lithium ion batteries on the roof. They weigh 150 tons. Right now, they require, it's a residential area, R6. So right now they require a variance to be able to do this. So they had, because it's considered an electrical substation. So they went through the community board. Community board 1 voted unanimously to disapprove it because the tenants were very uncomfortable with having 150 tons over their heads. The building was already not in good shape. It had a lot of violations. And then it went before the BSA, and the BSA seemed like they were very concerned about this. They were very concerned about the tenants. They have a couple of criteria for approving this. The major one is that they're unable to find a suitable commercial site for placing these. So there were two, and the second thing is that it's something that will benefit the surrounding community. So there were two issues here why they were looking to do this. There's a peaker plant in the area on the waterfront, a Con Ed peaker plant. And first of all, there's a movement to close these peaker plants that use fossil fuels, replace them with renewable energy plus battery storage. The second issue is after all of this new development in Williamsburg, they're saying that their grid doesn't have enough power. So they could not find a suitable commercial site, and the reason, I think, is that the land, which was next to the Con Ed power plant, there was a large vacant lot next to the Con Ed power plant in commercial zoning, but it was sold in 2019 for $150 million, and that's where the new River Ring development is going. So that's probably why there's no suitable commercial sites, because that would have been the suitable commercial site, and it's been sold for residential development. So I think it's possible that the BSA may approve this variance. The company that's installing these things on the roofs are saying that they're looking to do 70 of these sites in Brooklyn. Where one of the questions that the commissioners asked was, have you talked to Con Ed to find out what their plans are? Right? Where do they intend to put these battery storage sites? And city planning said, no, you should call Con Ed up for a hearing before us. So we don't know exactly where they might go, but there could be a lot of them. And what they're asking for is to be able to put them anywhere within residential zoning without going before the BSA, without going before the community boards.
Right, it's supposed to be as of right.
Now, they keep stressing that they have to pass fire code, that there are very strict requirements, that they're not the same thing as lithium ion e-bike batteries, all of which is true. But however, when you look at some of these new battery storage facilities that are being installed, and they are being installed all over the country at utility scale, there have been fires. There was a fire at a Tesla facility in California. There was one in Australia. The folks from 315 Berry Street pointed out that the maker of the batteries that were going on their roof, which I think was Enel or something like that, they had a fire at one of their battery facilities. So the failure rate, at least from lab tests, is very, very low. But the fires have happened in recent years. You know, if you go to I sent out some of the articles, 2020, 2021, there have been fires. And because they're lithium ion batteries, they burn extra hot and extra long. One of these fires burned for 4 days before they put it out. And people for a half-mile radius around the site were told to close their windows because of the air pollution. These batteries have so much mass in them, they have so much energy density that when they burn, there's a lot of particulate matter that comes out. So there's a lot of pollution. And that's one difference between that and just, normal fires. So people are very concerned about this. I think the Staten Island Borough President asked for a moratorium on battery storage facilities near residential or retail. Obviously sounds like Community Board 1 wasn't very comfortable with this. I guess given the situation with, the new developments, somebody who testified at that BSA hearing said, well, if you're going to have to do these, why don't you put it on the roof of these new buildings? It's not fair that you're putting it on the roof of this older building. So, I mean, I do agree that, new construction roof can probably better handle the loads. Nevertheless, if there is actually an accident, it's going to affect everyone. So comments, do we want this to be something that is as of right, or do we want it to go, up before the community board, up before a BSA hearing? And what else do we want to know?
Well, they've already, a lot of people are already concerned about the battery storage and they're going to say what they've been saying. Oh, but this is not the same. We have all the regulations. There's never been a problem in New York City with the storage of these types of storage. We have professionals, they have licensing. You can't just move them a ton. How are you moving a ton, right? You can't just move them the way you can, e-bike batteries. It's going to be really safe. So the question is that, how did you move past that? What arguments are you going to produce where you can move past that argument, their arguments, because they're already anticipating that people are going to say no to this. They're already anticipating community boards pushing back and saying, no, we don't want this.
Sorry, there have been fires. The record is not perfect. And so the question is whether the consequences.
But they talked about in New York City. I don't know anywhere else. So are you prepared to provide documentation about other places?
Yes, we sent out the articles about the fires in some of the other places.
I'm saying providing a fact sheet, for example, that shows that these batteries have been an issue in other parts of the country and other parts of the world.
Yeah, I mean, there have been actual fires.
Well, then that would be one of the things that you would have to produce, one of the rationales that you would want to state, and produce that evidence to push back against the idea that it's not, And then you might also want to talk about the weight. I mean, that was one of the major concerns, right? Like, you got these old buildings. So I guess the other pushback should not just be a blanket no, but should there be some kind of, as of right up until a certain, weight on a certain type of building? So should we just do a blanket, is it as of right for everything and anything? Or should we be saying, should the regulation be more restrictive and saying, well, if it goes past that much weight, then it needs a variance, et cetera, et cetera.
So I think currently the cutoff is based on the number of square feet, if I'm correct. It's like up to 10,000 square feet.
Right, I saw that it was up to 10,000 square feet.
But I think
I'm not
you're
talking
right
about the feet. I think it should.
Yeah, I think you're right. that weight, if you're considering rooftop, that weight is more important than square footage.
That's it.
Especially given it was always a concern, and then we've had the building collapse.
The parking
Last
garage
week?
collapses. I'm not
Mhm.
surprised.
Yeah, and so I think we should push back and say, hey, you should not only have the 10,000 square feet, but the weight limitation. And then what would be a reasonable weight limitation, and why would we choose that weight? So that's the other piece of information that we should have, that we provide, and saying, hey, we think it shouldn't be, more than that should require, should not be as of right. And I don't know what that weight is. I'm not an architect. I'm not an engineer.
And I think it depends on the building. I mean, we're looking at 100-year-old buildings around here. These were not constructed to have significant weight on the roofs like that. I'm not sure. I don't know if my building could handle it.
Right. Maybe we might want to talk to an engineer and see what would be their guess at, a safe parameter. I think that would be very constructive.
John, do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, structurally, you'd have to approach every location individually. You can't make blanket statements on these. The Berry Street building, they may have some other issues, but it was originally built as an industrial type building with heavy loads on the floor, so it may be have the capacity currently. It might be easily or somewhat easily retrofitted to allow this. Again, it's looking at sort of, again, the bigger picture. I say again a lot. I'm not sure why. But looking at the bigger picture, I mean, one of the things I think I'm hoping we all would agree that getting rid of peaker plants is a very desirable thing from a local pollution standpoint, of that very intense pollution. And these peaker plants are located not in landmark districts; they're located in non-landmark districts, where
They tend to be on the waterfront.
they tend to be on, but also in old commercial manufacturing districts as well. I think they probably have to be in manufacturing districts to conform to zoning.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of those, those areas are surrounded by low income housing and people of color, and we have to be cognizant of that. And the trade-off of it, again, if that is a desired goal, to get rid of those plants and those levels of high intense pollution, that would be that's something we need to look at alternatives. And I don't think we can make I would disagree with making a blanket statement against these things. It's just, there are things that are hazardous in all these buildings. Again, speaking of parking garages collapsing, you also have parking garages that don't collapse. They're filled with vehicles that have 30 gallons of gasoline in them, not necessarily a stable material. So,
not a fan of the smell of gasoline.
It's the fact that gasoline explodes and burns as well. So those things do happen. So
and which is another point actually that my husband brought up the other day is, we have a certain failure rate for these products in lab testing, which is very low, to be fair. But in real life, we have all these other conditions that maybe are not expected, like buildings catching on fire for other reasons. We have that happen all the time in our district at Christmas, right? This is the annual Christmas building fires. And what happens when that fire reaches the roof? And these batteries are on the roof, right? I mean, these are not things that we expected to have happen. But they happen all the time in our districts. And then, like one of the things that the people at the Berry Street building were bringing up when they talked to the fire department, what happens when you need, millions of gallons of water to put out this fire? Because that's one thing about these lithium ion battery fires is they burn hotter than normal fires. And, what does all that water do to our roof, to our apartments? So
two things on that point. These do not go up on a roof or over an occupied space without having the required fire separation protection. So there would be, I'm guessing, at least a 2-hour rating separating the battery storage from any other use adjacent to it, whether it's horizontally or vertically. Yeah, and millions of gallons of water don't happen all at once. It's not a giant balloon bursting all at one time. There are roof drains, and any excess water would find its way over the edge of the building, and that would be something that should be also be considered within these requirements, that you had to anticipate that much water being poured onto it and have drainage systems that can accommodate that and more.
So I'm,
Just a spigot off the edge of the roof.
And again,
That's a lot.
is DOB now required to, because there now will be as of right, will there be anyone inspecting, the implementation of these batteries? And making sure that it's maintained, and who's going to be doing that? DOB.
It's implementation and maintenance over time, right?
And who's will be responsible for that?
Let's
So-
just not say it's DOB, because they're not going to do it. They don't have the staff for
That's
it.
all I keep hearing is DOB.
Inspectors, they have no inspectors
yeah,
now.
and that's one thing I really, that's,
DOB, and I
that's-
tell you, DOB does not do its job.
yeah, that's
DOB
one thing
will
I
say it's
really
the
like
developer,
to.
and they signed a piece of paper to say, yes, we've done it, and we've had someone take a look at it.
It's a
It's
That's
not going to
one thing I
happen.
really
Self-
like to, yeah. I
did it. Yes, I did it. I'm patting myself on the back.
One thing I'd really like to push back on is the idea that the zoning code should have nothing to really say about the specifics of safety, that we should just leave that all to DOB. I mean, apart from our experience with DOB, like these parking garage collapses, I think the whole point of the zoning code, the reason that we're allowed to have zoning that limits what private property owners can do in the first place, is health and safety,
Yes.
right? So I think that zoning absolutely does have a right to say what is safe and not safe. I mean, we may rely on DOB for the specifics of regulation, but I don't think necessarily that we should avoid that.
Well, I think it should be given to the fire department. I would make a recommendation that the inspection should be given to the fire department. They probably have a better track record of being able to go in and monitor and ensure than DOB. We got to stop with constant DOB.
The second issue that I was thinking when I was listening to these variance hearings and people's complaints about why they didn't want it on that specific building and they would have preferred that it go on the new construction, as a community board member, I think that we should be able to know, first of all, where do we need these? Do we need them, right? Why? I agree with the idea of closing fossil fuel peaker plants, but could they be replaced with renewable energy in the same site? That's a question to ask. Or if we do need to have some sites and we don't have any suitable commercial sites that are far from residential, as a community board member, I would like to be able to say where these sites should go. What do you guys think? I mean, obviously Con Ed is going to have to say, where they think it can be permitted. I know in the presentation, they were saying that the site has to be close to the peaker plant. But out of the whatever, hundreds or thousands of buildings, should the community board get to have a say in where this is sited? What do you guys think?
I in terms of commercial spaces, but I don't know if the city can determine what personal homes are designated to have these on their rooftops.
But I
You're
mean, in
talking
terms
about
of saying what we think are and are not appropriate locations generally, right? I mean, let's say the company that wants to site these finds whatever, like 5 locations, right? Or
similar to the 5G towers where we're saying we should have a say. And they could recommend, or this is what we're thinking, and then we provide feedback and input as a community board.
John, what do you think?
Toggling between internet browsers. Yeah, no, I think that's why we're here, right? I mean, that's
Right.
our whole remit is really to give the local input of the community into development within our community. You know, even tonight we've mentioned multiple times of, well, we don't have waterfront, so we can't really speak to that. We don't have this, we can't speak to that. We're talking about our community, and I think this as a group brings a very solid eye and an understanding of what our community needs and what would work and what wouldn't work in our community.
I also think it's worth reaching out to Con Ed to find out where they think they're likely to need these things. Like I know, for example, in Astoria, they've already closed that peaker plant. They're replacing it, I think, with wind energy. And the battery storage is going next to that new power plant site. It's in a very remote area that is far away from residential. So that was how that community did it. They did not have to move the battery storage out into the neighborhood. I believe in Bay Ridge, they've moved some energy storage onto barges offshore. And they might have done that. Yeah, I think it was like sort of between Sunset Park and Bay Ridge, there's an offshore barge with some type of battery storage. So what do you guys think about that? Are there alternatives? Should we be able to consider alternatives to residential?
Well, wouldn't that go towards having community input as to where you
Absolutely.
decided?
Absolutely. If there are alternatives, maybe we can get to have a say on that.
Yeah, and I think it should also, it's size. It's not a single Tesla wall on a
Right.
10,000 square foot building, not a big deal. But when you've got 100 of them, or
Yeah.
the equivalent of that, that's a bigger deal.
It
So
is.
there should be
Yeah.
some thresholds that below that are okay. And maybe that's also based on somewhat on the building area or the lot area. Some equation that could be worked out. You could have X number of watts or watt hours of storage on so many square feet of coverage.
What do you guys think about the idea of ground level storage? I mean, I think it's going to happen more and more that we have stalled construction sites where it's a vacant lot where someone was thinking they were going to put up a new building, but the economy is not going to allow for that. And I could put plunk a bunch of batteries down here. But it's in the middle of a residential area. Maybe it's next to somebody's house. What do we think about that in terms of like, even if we are not talking about the safety issues, in terms of neighborhood character, what do we think about having a vacant lot with, a bunch of batteries? Maybe it's covered by a shipping container, something that looks like a shipping container. It's very likely that there's going to have to be a security fence around it. What do we think about that in terms of neighborhood character? Is that okay? Should we give that, should we make that as of right?
But isn't that okay? So you're saying a private property owner decides not to build and to rent it,
Right,
or
if
I
we're
guess
talking
to
about-
just use it for battery storage?
Right. If we're talking about doing battery storage, not on rooftops, but on surface level, on a vacant lot, let's say. I mean, I don't think it's likely to happen in most parts of our community, but there may be some areas where there's, not enough value to residential, and they may want to do something like this. Who knows?
But that sounds like a commercial use in a residential zone, and I'm not. got
Yeah,
that.
but that's what they said. They
But that's the whole point. They want it to be
They-
as of right in residential.
I
Right.
think that's
and classified as commercial usage, but allowed in residential.
I
And that's-
disagree with that. I'm not supportive of that.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think the current way that it's written is for 24 hours of storage for the building's use. Right? That's the actual text. as
that's the
it's written.
cutoff.
So in the scenario that you're describing, even if it is a commercial within a residential, which is one bucket, we'll cap on that. Like the building itself has a wattage that it needs to produce 0 hours a day or 0 kilowatt hours a day of energy. So then it wouldn't be able to fulfill anything. Like the math times 0 is 0. So by the current proposal, that would actually be not a permitted use case. Does that make sense?
So it still has to be accessory to a
It has to be-
residential building?
It went from an God, what's the word that starts with an I to an A? My brain is falling apart.
It's 9
two-
o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. There's in building code, there's ancillary, accessory, and then there's one other one about the safety and protecting of a thing from the main use. And I forget the word.
Okay, so we're
So
still
you're
not
saying that it's going
allowing,
to be an accessory use?
so we're still
for
not allowing
primary
grid,
use?
we're still not allowing grid scale storage.
So as of right, as an accessory to the production of a residential lot's
So it's
usage.
it would be accessory use.
Yes, but then they also changed the definition of accessory, which is also very funky. And that
They
is a
also
long-standing
changed-
definition. And
They
that is
also changed the definition of FAR, which is really, how do you sit there and change the definition of FAR and do not do an environmental impact? I have no idea.
Where is this? When did they change the
It's a part of the text amendments, but I haven't gotten to it yet.
I think they
Can somebody
changed it
read
to
that?
they changed it to include any fuel source. So before car
I haven't,
was,
I haven't read it. The next time we meet, I will have it. But I was very.
all I'm saying is that Suki, I think in your scenario, which seems dubious or illegal or not licensed per permit, like I don't think even if somebody wanted to do it correctly and got the permitting from DOB, I don't think that would be an allowed output of energy
Okay,
for the
so
it was supposed to support.
what we're saying is that what we would support is if it's for the building's use, but not for commercial production, right? Because one of the proposals was for grid scale solar and grid scale battery energy storage, implying that this might be done on, let's say, a surface parking lot, right? That would supply power for, I think one of the examples that was given was it could, somebody actually wrote an editorial in City Limits saying this could supply power for 4,000 homes, right?
My follow-up is like, has anybody come to you, this ULURP committee or any ULURP committee in the city asking for a district energy proposal and not have any buildings associated with it?
Well, no, and that's also one of the questions that I
It's a
have
ULURP
about
issue.
fire track record too, right? Like the only proposal that we have heard so far is this Berry Street proposal in Williamsburg for the 40 lithium ion batteries. That's really, is that the biggest installation in the city so far? There definitely are other rooftop battery storage installations in the city, but I don't think they're that big. Like, for example, they're always showing the picture of the one on the roof of the Barclays Center, which is like one shipping container, and that's maybe like 5 batteries, right? So I think the one on the Berry Street proposal, as far as I know, is one of the largest. Do you guys know of any that are that large? 40 batteries? John, you're saying no? Andrew, do you know of any other proposals that are that large?
I was asking some of my colleagues before this meeting, and they were like,
Yeah.
we cannot think of a single built-out battery storage system.
Yeah, so my thinking is like, this is actually going to come in fairly slowly, and I don't really have a problem with this, you know, the first few being variances and seeing how it works. And you know, maybe there won't actually be a ton of these. Maybe actually most of them will be much smaller. Maybe every other individual building will do a battery on their individual roof, and we won't need to have one facility that's, you know, stores energy for 4,000 houses. Okay, so let's move on. What else did we need to talk about? Okay, we really did not.
I have a question
Yeah,
about.
go ahead.
Are you going to be drawing up a document now, like a
So
resolution?
we have a document. My intention was for us to kind of vote up or down on each one, which we can do.
I mean, I would think that it also would include the rationales for why you're voting up and down.
Absolutely,
That
yes,
could be
and
incorporated into a resolution.
absolutely. And so we can, you know, there were some things that we hadn't really gotten to discuss fully. But if you're ready after this, there's one more that I want to discuss that we really, actually a couple more that we really didn't get to discuss before. And if you're ready after this to vote up or down on each of the 17, we can do that. So the two that we really didn't get to discuss at all because we ran out of time were the permeable paving and the storefront composting. Which one do you guys want to talk about first? Does everybody know what permeable paving is?
Well, I do.
Can somebody want to volunteer to describe it to everybody else?
It's a pavement, from what I could see, it's a pavement that actually has holes in it. And what happens is instead of the water draining down into the sewer system and going into your sewer system, it actually goes down into the ground. However, they were having some problems with DOB accepting it. And so now they're trying to do it in as of right. Like you could just do it as of right. You don't need any permission because there was some problem with it that DOB wasn't giving them the permission to be able to do it. And so a lot of people wasn't doing it, or when they were doing it, they were having problems. And so now they are just allowing people to do that as an as of right.
Andrew? Andrew, you've talked about this before. Is this an interest of yours?
I'm trying to find the obstacle actually, because I totally forgot about that. That is a great point. I don't know why it would be disallowed.
They said you had to get special permission from the commissioner of buildings.
Yeah.
Was it for any use? Was it a public drive? Was it a passage, portal,
It's
ADA
parking,
compliance
parking.
issue?
It was a lot of it was used for parking. And this was in the area where you would just put a parking lot, but then
Off-street parking?
Yep.
and
Yeah.
then they would try to get permission, but they kept having problems with DOB.
Was the problem that it was not permitted, or was the problem was that they had to go through a separate and distinct permitting process to like BSA or something?
No, they were just saying that they could not get DOB to agree that what they were doing was permissible.
Or
Okay.
that they couldn't figure out how it would, what was the procedure or something like that.
I don't know what it. They didn't go into details exactly what it was.
So
They did say that
the
it's not going to be asked.
question I had was, are there DOB regulations about permeable paving, right?
There used, yeah. Ooh, sorry.
They didn't give a lot of information about this particular issue. They were just saying that, you know, there would not be.
I mean, let me ask you a sort of practical question, you know, that relates to CB9. I have a driveway. I had to repave my driveway when I moved in. And I thought about throwing down a gravel driveway, because it was cheaper. And I heard that, hey, it's permeable. Am I allowed to do that under DOB regulations? Are there any rules about how I can do that? Or do I even need
There
a permit?
obviously must be because, but maybe not for a private home, maybe in commercial. Maybe this was just for commercial because they talked about it as far as commercial is concerned. Maybe
The
not.
way that it says in the text resolution is that you would, if they cross out the requirement for the commissioner of buildings would need to determine the appropriateness of the material in substitution. So it's at the basis of the material. So if you're doing like pea gravel versus full cementitious asphalt.
Well, what does
Yeah.
what does code say about it? I mean, why do I have to go to the commissioner of buildings? Does the code have any specific rules?
I mean,
Okay.
However, I do think that we should be asking the question about why did they ask for this in the first place? Why is it that DOB feels like they needed to be able to determine whether or not?
Okay, so
Very
I
good.
think this once again goes back to some of the new developments where there's a demand that they handle the extra sewage runoff. So to put in all kinds of like, special sewage processing on site, which I heard that the River Ring development did, that's very expensive. Permeable paving is an easier and cheaper solution to reducing stormwater runoff. So that's probably why they want to encourage this.
Yes, but there must be a reason why you had to go to DOB to get the sign off.
That's what I want to
DOB
know.
must have been asking something because they might be using materials that are not appropriate.
That's why I want to know what the code actually says, because like even for cement, right, there's a requirement that you do a certain number of inches on, for a driveway. I think, I don't know if it's code, but it's certainly best practice to have at least 5 inches of concrete. I think for sidewalks by code, if you're doing a sidewalk, that's regulated by code, you need a permit. And I think that's like also at least 4 or 5 inches, right? Am I right about that? So there's a certain, that it has to be done in a certain way to make sure it can support the weight. And certainly with a parking lot, you want to make sure it can take the weight of all those cars. That's one thing.
Well, why don't we do this? Because I think that that's a really important question. I know somebody, I will ask the question, send it to this lawyer who works with this, who's been.
That
find
would be
out if
great.
he could, so we can hold off on this particular proposal.
That
until
would
we
be
get
great.
further Information,
And
figure out what it is, what is DOB's requirement.
so there's something else, that actually one of the commissioners mentioned about soil contaminants. John, do you want to say something about that?
Sure. Yeah, but first, just to let everyone know, if you haven't been over to the Whole Foods in Gowanus, their entire parking lot is permeable pavers. It's brick-like pavers, and rainwater infiltrates in the gaps between the bricks. Brick-like structures. So, and that is given where it is in Gowanus. The idea is to reduce the combined sewage overflow into our public waters.
Which is a
So,
big
yeah.
concern in that area.
It's a huge concern because there's hugely undersized in capacity. So anything more than like 1/10 of an inch an hour, it just combines and goes into the water. It's awesome. Yeah, so that's one of the concerns. I'm not sure would really impact sort of like small localized installations, but there is a concern of groundwater contamination because you're taking, oil and drippings from cars and general car debris, everything from tire bits and brake lining bits that go into the ground, and you essentially now you're spreading your pollution all over
To everyone
everywhere
else.
you have these things.
So on sites that have E designations, or maybe sites that are next to E designations, maybe this isn't appropriate. The other thing is, so I'm glad that you mentioned what the permeable paving looked like. I know I also recently saw some permeable pavers in Prospect Park on the pedestrian path that goes around the park. Next to the drains, they put in these things that kind of look like these octagonal gray paving flags. But
That's all over New York City parks. That's been used for 100 years.
There's a little, well, yes, but these are new. They're kind of flatter, and there's a little sign that says it's permeable paving. So it can actually look like regular paving stones or close to that, which is fine by me. But I'll tell you, one of the reasons I decided not to use gravel is because I felt like this stuff, my block's very windy, and I felt like this stuff could, fly off and start to get dusty. And especially like, with my car rolling on and off it, like the gravel's going to get stirred up. And the final reason I decided that gravel would not be a good idea is because one of the reasons that I needed to have my driveway redone was the concrete was all broken up. So it did look sort of like sandy and bitty and gravel-like. And feral cats, there are a lot of feral cats in our neighborhood, were going to that spot and using it as a litter box because it looks exactly like kitty litter. Small gravel looks exactly like kitty litter. So that you may think that this is funny, right? But it's really not. Like animal poo is a problem. So I think certain types of permeable paving are probably, I would not want to approve that for our neighborhood because we have a big feral cat population. I mean, maybe in Midtown Manhattan, they don't have any feral animals, but again, this sort of goes back to, like neighborhood character issues. And do we want to have these decided at the community level, at the district level, as opposed to maybe with a district master plan or something like that, as opposed to at the citywide level.
I was going to say maybe we can draw a further distinction between pervious and permeable.
Okay.
So I don't know if John has talked about this previously because he's smirking, but like pervious is a flat bed of concrete with like small little bubbles in it, basically that is able to percolate the water down. And permeable is what you're talking about with those cutouts. And that is actually provisioned in our current building code, not for driveways, but it provisions permeable as having a certain percentage of open, non-hardscape material.
Okay.
So that distinction might be helpful for your kitty litter issue.
I mean, I'm fine with permeable pavers as long as they don't look like kitty litter.
No, like some of the pervious concrete, you can't tell.
And then also, what are the regulations in terms of like, let's say I just know this is going to happen. Somebody's going to go out to Home Depot and buy some pavers that say permeable pavers. But are there still regulations on what type of paving is appropriate for driveways, sidewalks, parking pads, right? Like areas where you expect heavy traffic and heavy loads.
Yes. So I think that was on, from what I can see from the codes, if you're not using a standard kind of fill material, you have to certify that the bearing capacity is appropriate for the use, which, a licensed professional engineer must submit some material to the Department of Buildings that proves or certifies the bearing of the soil and the structure above it.
Okay.
So now you got the answer, which means that now it's going to be as of right. So you don't have to do all that. You put whatever you want down.
Well, no, it just goes back to the whole, can we count on DOB issue?
Like I said, it would be as of right. I don't know what your definition of DOB is, but I know what my definition
But
is.
I think that they previously had said you have to get a special permit from the Commissioner of Buildings. So I think,
which means is that they would have to prove that they conform to the code. Now they don't have to. It's an as of right. They're just gonna do it and check off a box. Yes, I did it. Yes, it does conform.
So do we want to say, for example, in our comments, that they that this has to be an inspection item, that it's not something they can self-certify? And also that maybe this shouldn't be used on sites with e-designations. I mean,
I think there are strategies that, I mean, Gowanus is an example of a very large environment, like e-designated site embracing permeable pavers. I think that you could make a distinction at scale. So like anything that involves a BPP, like a builder's pavement plan or significant demo that alters the runoff capacity, the direction of the soil, curb cuts, that you should still be able to go to the DOB because that's a significant change to the streetscape. But anything that is a minor alteration should be permissible as of right, in my opinion. Like, if I want to make my backyard pavers instead of grass, I should do it. Is that verbiage clear? What I'm trying to say?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I can't
So you're trying to protect like small families and their homes and brownstones and whatever, and sure, do it. But if you're like a multi-story condo building, or you're doing a significant renovation where you're adding a curb cut, changing the way that maybe several CSO inlets, or storm gutters or whatever you want to call them, are going to be placed, then you have a licensed engineer on site already. And they would be affixing their name already to whatever is going to be proposed for the foundations, substructure, and soil. So that's already going to DOB. That's why.
Yeah. I mean, I think that makes sense. John, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree. That's all. So sounds good.
Okay, so the composting, the storefront composting. So currently, composting is only allowed in heavy manufacturing districts. So the question is, should smaller scale composting be allowed as of right in any commercial district? And I had some comments about that. And the same thing with recycling, like these canning facilities or these recycling facilities, should they be allowed as of right in any commercial district? So I had some comments about that. Well, okay, I'll let you guys speak first. Do we want to allow storefront composting? Do we want to allow recycling centers, canning centers in retail?
I guess I was confused of, are we talking about the bins? Are we talking about what's the definition of composting? Because right now they're handing out bins to just about every private homeowners can have a composting bin. And I think they're looking at putting them in every neighborhood now.
It could be a collection center, except in a storefront. It could be a center where compost is processed, but in a storefront instead of in a manufacturing district. It's just wouldn't be as large scale as the ones in the manufacturing districts.
I am reading the definition of composting for this use, and it says composting without prohibition on the sale of selling compost to customers or the acceptance of that compost from other zoning lots. So this is not like a family friendly, this is a new kind of business that they're envisioning for the future, where either you sell compost tea or whatever. Which would
Does it say anything about processing compost?
That would be permissible to happen as of right on site.
Or collecting compost, right? Like bringing in the bins. Okay, like if you can imagine, how many of you have been to the Grand Army Plaza Farmers Market where they collect the compost Once a week outdoors. Yeah, I go there. I'm sure some of you go to the Maple Street Garden or to Parkside Plaza, collects compost, and basically people bring their little baggies or whatever with vegetable peelings or whatever, like scraps, and then somebody is there with like these big stacks of these big plastic containers, and they empty them into these big plastic containers. So that's the collection part. The processing part, I mean, I guess that could differ. I mean, I guess basically it sits in the bin, is what it is, and it ferments. All of these scraps, they sit in the bin for months and they ferment, and maybe there's a device for you to turn the compost or something like that. Has to have little holes for air. So do we want to have these in a, right now we have them like they're pop-ups, like they're once a week outdoors. Do we want to allow them in storefronts?
Where do you compost in the winter?
Grow NYC has the pop up on where are they now? By Medgar Evers on every Friday as part of they have their green market and they have their composting station.
And
And then
that,
Wednesdays on Eastern Parkway at Franklin, there's a collection day there as well.
no, but
Right.
it's full year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't compost in the winter because I'm cold, but I'm just saying like one of the arguments that you could make is that there's not a full-time thing, but it seems like that is being fulfilled by green markets. Are
But
those
also-
going away? Are those threatened?
No.
No, know that in Brooklyn, as of I think it's October, it will be borough-wide composting picked up on the same day that your recycling is picked up.
Right, those brown bins, right? You could get it
That's-
for your home or your block.
Right. It's
Yeah.
essentially personal or building collection, but it's not. You're not in the process. You're not actively processing compost with it.
Right.
You're collecting it for a week, put it on the curb, it gets
Right.
taken away.
DSNY is going to do it for you. You
Disney
just put out your
offsite.
stuff in a garbage can, and right. So
And
to
everything.
me,
Well, I think that this is a commercial use. And the whole processing in the bin, and you're trying to put commercial uses into residential communities.
well, no, they are talking about doing it in mixed use commercial districts. So you're saying you think it's
say
more of like a
mixed.
heavy.
Well, I
commercial.
need to see the regs. I mean, we're talking, but I don't see the regs.
It would be allowed in any commercial, so that would include commercial overlays, commercial that is
Yes.
also like has a residential equivalency. So it sounds like you're saying map it to M and C8 and C4 through 8. That doesn't have a
Commercial
residential.
districts, not commercial overlay.
C4 has a residential equivalent.
Oh, I always get this wrong. Which ones am I thinking of? Which commercials do not have a residential?
E8 2 is the only one that doesn't have a residential district equivalent.
You're kidding. I
this is-
thought there were more.
No, this is what we've been arguing about at this board for years.
That's why Empire.
So we all know this by heart. We all
my
know this by heart.
Empire is so desirable.
Okay, so saying it would extend into other kind of manufacturing, including MX.
So what document are you looking at, Andrew?
I'm looking at the bajillion page thing that Suki had sent.
EAS, right?
The
The
EAS.
certified.
No, if you go to the ZAP from
Oh,
this
okay.
planning, you can actually
Okay.
see the text amendment in full.
Okay.
In
That's
full
what I'm looking for.
legalese. Yeah.
So I mean, I'm just getting that we don't think this is really necessary, that we have enough places to compost. Right?
Yeah, I want to
Teresa?
the compost program in Park Slope
Mhm.
was pretty. I know we want that here, but at the same time, the compost program in Park Slope was pretty big failure, and people really disliked, like in the ones that were for apartment buildings and homes, they really disliked having that extra bin that they had to have, that they had to put out, that they had to keep. They didn't like it at all.
Mm.
And they couldn't wait to get rid of them when the program stopped.
And
So-
they're talking about community composting. They're not talking about, but in
Yeah, so the other program that is
really
being rolled
large
out on a
composting.
pilot basis is those orange bins on the street corners. And that actually makes for, I think a few years ago, they were rolling this out in apartment buildings, that apartment buildings were getting the brown bins, homeowners were not. And now they're doing the street corner bins. I mean, for me, I just don't generate enough stuff to fill a brown bin every week. I mean, it might take me like 4 months to fill up a brown bin with my stuff. I don't have a very big household. You know, that's the issue. But back to whether or not we want to allow this in storefronts. My first thought is, why would we need this? Because there's plenty of outdoor options that seem to work pretty well. And my second thought is, it might actually be kind of yucky if they don't have proper ventilation and they're not scrupulous about sweeping up, because inevitably somebody's going to drop some scraps, right? And you know, there might be a lot of, I guess there wouldn't necessarily be more unloading and unloading than a supermarket, but
Attract rats. It'll attract rats. for sure.
Exactly.
So I do know that at the Park Slope Food Co-op, they sell compost. And I've nothing against that. That's just selling earth, right? But should we let the processing be done on site? I don't know. In community gardens, should we allow the processing of compost? Yes. Yeah, I don't have a problem with them having a compost pile in a community garden. Just don't let it get so big that some little kid falls in it, right?
Why? What's the difference?
Between having
Why
it in a
are you fine
community
with it in a
garden
community garden, but
and a
not in a
storefront?
commercial place that wants to
I just
process
would
it?
prefer, I would prefer that it be outdoors. I mean, do you think that it should not be allowed to be processed in a community garden, that they should only be allowed to collect it there and then have to drop it off somewhere else for composting? I mean,
I'm
I
just
just
asking
figure,
the question. So they don't they process it there now? They just let the stuff sit?
yeah, they
right?
just let it sit there.
Where?
In
Maple Street
bins in the
collects
back?
it and gets picked up by big reuser.
Is that how the Maple Street Garden does it?
Yep. They
Okay.
collect
Okay.
in the bins and they get hauled off. But
Okay.
they are hoping to have a very small, they do like leaf composting, things like that, but they don't do food scraps on site.
I mean,
But-
not everybody, I will say
Uh,
not everybody does it well. I had a neighbor who had some DIY compost bins and just attracted a huge amount of flies. It was pretty bad.
So he's doing it badly. So
Yes, yes,
true-
and that's
true
the thing. Not
confession.
everybody's going to do it well.
Yeah.
I'm
It's-
kind of a no on this, just because it really doesn't seem necessary, and potentially not nice. Does anybody disagree?
I'm just not sure why it's coming up as part of this text amendment right now.
It also
Well,
does-
because it's currently only allowed in the manufacturing districts.
I think a slight expansion is warranted, as we've said, but it doesn't seem to actually align with the city's goals for in-house compost going forward.
Collection. Yeah. Right. They seem to be
Seems to be a little out of
after
step.
each other.
I guess if each community has some storefront area that's doing the processing, then they wouldn't have to take it too far. They would collect it and drop it off at your local composting center.
I mean, I'm getting the sense that what this is really about, and I hate to say this, but is freeing up some of the land in these industrial and waterfront neighborhoods
Mm,
for development, right? Instead of having all of this land devoted to these kind of industrial uses, we want to move them into the residential neighborhoods and free up this space for development. That's kind of what that's my conspiracy theory behind this.
Makes more sense to me. All goes back to land use.
Right.
I mean, yeah, if we do
Yeah,
want it to, oops, sorry.
That sounds like what's gonna happen. Thank you for that insight, Sue.
Okay, so is
Just be
there
mindful
anything
of
else that
society.
we have not talked about that okay, the automated parking stackers. So initially I was thinking that this is a good thing. This seems like a very clever solution to create more parking spaces. But then after the garage collapse, I was thinking, if it is a multi-story building, I don't think they should be using this to just pack in the maximum number of cars without regard to loads. And even if it isn't a multi-story building, Andrew has brought up the point about each car being a lithium-ion battery, and when you have a couple hundred cars all jammed together, isn't that the same risk? And I said no, because maybe you could, if it's the fire starts in one car, you could put out the fire before it spreads to the others. But if you look at that picture of the automated parking stacker, they're so close together. No, you might not be able to put out the fire before it spreads to the other cars. So I think there's trade-offs to everything, really. Anybody have any comments about the automated parking stackers?
I have two questions. I
Yes.
didn't think it was an enclosed structure. I thought it was the actual like steel plate elevated thing that you see
It
in
is.
Manhattan.
It could be outdoors. It could be in a garage. The picture shows a garage.
And it says it redefines automated parking facility subject to Article 1, Chapter 3 about Manhattan core parking regulations.
Okay,
So
so
I
maybe
don't
it's
anticipate this affecting us.
so maybe it's further. Well, it will, because I think it will be expanding.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It says to all districts. Okay.
It's expanding automated parking to all districts.
Yeah.
So the second comment, which is related, but maybe not directly about these issues, is this issue of the number of parking spaces that developers have to provide has come up many times. And I think the board members have strong feelings about this. And one of the things that I discovered is not all of these developments are providing the number of spaces they're required to provide. Because I was looking at this issue, we were trying to count the number of parking spaces. I took a look at the parking garage behind 626 Flatbush. They're supposed to provide, I don't know, like 128 parking spaces or something, but there's only 68 parking spaces back there. At one time, I remember seeing an automated parking stacker, so maybe that was how they doubled the number of parking spaces so that they were in compliance. It's not there anymore. Now, I don't know if that's because they decided there wasn't demand, if they didn't want to pay for an attendant, or what the story was. And then during our meeting with the borough president, you might remember John Douglas was saying, well, it's just that if developers are saying there's not demand for this parking, that they only need to provide spaces for 25% of the residents, we should listen to them and we should just let them do less parking. So what are your thoughts about that?
Well, we all know that parking is expensive, and we all know that developers don't want to be required to provide parking. So they're going to have any excuse that they want to not to have it. And of course, one of the rationales, they don't really need to have it.
But this is surface parking, right? That they set aside that space anyway, and whether they should have set aside more, I'm not going to argue with that now, but they set aside that space anyway. So you would think by putting in a parking stacker, that's just extra money for them if they can rent out those spots. But they're claiming they're not, I would assume they took it away because nobody wanted to use it. So if we have developers coming to us in the future saying, our experience in this neighborhood is we only need to provide spaces for 25% of the number of residents in this building, should we let them do less parking?
I don't think that this is what this text amendment is saying.
I mean, I think part of the text amendments were about allowing some of those parking spaces to be converted to short-term use, to commercial use, right? Remember in the beginning, we were talking about not wanting to allow spaces to be used for commercial. So this is all about allowing us more parking spaces than previously to be used for purposes other than long-term parking, either for residents of the building or for the, general public in the neighborhood.
I didn't see the regs on this, and they didn't explain it very well. And that was they gave no details about this, so I can't make a comment about this until I know more information.
I mean, my first thought, right? I've been told that these parking spots are going in garages are going for $300 to $400 a month. That's a lot of money. I don't see a lot of people wanting to rent those spaces. So if that's how much they cost, I wouldn't be surprised if there are vacancies.
And that's why they want to make the commercial, so then they can settle it to commercial spaces. They can convert those.
At what price would they be able to rent all of the parking spaces? I'm not sure. Maybe it's a price that's not worth having an attendant for if you have because if you have a parking stacker, I would think you need an attendant, or maybe the automated parking stackers are quite expensive. And so to make that worth the investment, at what price would people have to be willing to rent all of those extra spots? I'm not really sure that we should necessarily take their word for it. I think it's all about, I think there is demand for the parking. It's just a question of the price.
Right, and that's right now, there's so much parking that has no price. And I think that's part of the issue as well. Right? Right, free curb parking is free. Doesn't cost $300 a month or $400 a month.
Andrew?
And
As they take that away.
I would love to take it all away.
I mean,
The reason
they're taking it away with they're taking more and more parking away, so you're getting to the point there won't be free parking.
Yeah, but they're taking it away and giving it to corporations to ride shares and city bike.
But that's
Just private entities making money off of the supposedly free space.
Right. So
And also
you
EV
can
charging.
have the cows come home about a car that sits on a block and is used on the weekends to go shopping or go to visit grandma. It's fine, but a city bike that gets used 10 times a day is not fine. Or a restaurant that can now serve another 15 people in outdoor seating is terrible because it takes away 2 parking spaces. So, I mean, everything has a cost. We live in a big city with lots of competing interests and demands, and certain things cost money and certain things don't cost money. And the big question is, why is that? And why do we accept certain things? So why are buses $2.75 when curb parking is free?
I think free parking is certainly one of those political entitlements that
Third rail,
has
if you will.
persisted for many decades.
About 60 years since the mid-1950s.
So I'm fine with corporations if they want to use the public land, they need to pay for it.
Yeah, I think everyone.
Right now they're not.
Public land use.
Exactly.
Right now they're not. They're not paying additional taxes. It's not considered part of they just gave up. We just gave up public use, public property to a private entity and got nothing for it.
Nothing for, I
Zip
guess.
car-
So back
zip
to
car
the,
pays-
taxes.
Zipcar
back
pays
to the
for
automated
taxes.
parking
I mean,
stackers.
we got sheds on Flatbush Avenue to take up 2 parking spaces and it's completely empty and been empty for over a year and a half.
Yes, I think they need to be removed.
And
I
there's
agree.
There with the rats,
I agree. They need to be removed.
you know, okay, so they're taking up 2 public parking spaces and yeah,
Sure.
they're
Well,
not
Lisa,
even
we
using.
can walk around the
Just, yeah.
blocks. We can walk around the blocks and I can point you out all the cars within a 5-block radius of where I live that do not move ever.
And they need to be taken away. I don't agree with that at all.
I don't know.
That I
about
don't agree
that.
with.
I'm
You don't have
after.
There's
alternate
alternate side of the
sidewalk.
street parking,
You have
There's-
alternate-
there's a
and they
guy
found
right
ways
here.
around it.
Okay,
Yeah, there's a guy-
it's 9:48.
I agree. I agree with that. That's no.
If I can bring us back to the automated parking stackers. I don't know what the current rules are. But if we are talking about outdoor parking stackers, do we want to limit the height of this? You know,
Are
potentially
they talking about
potentially
outdoor
in front of
stacking?
somebody's window.
Is that what they're saying? Are they saying this could be outdoors?
Yeah,
Yeah.
why
What
not?
the regulations are saying?
As long as it's a public, as
Oh,
long
yes,
as
yes.
as long as this is an accessory parking garage, right? So I don't know whether
I don't
like
think it needs to be accessory either. I think it could
It's
be
commercial.
a primary use.
yeah, so basically any garage, I mean, right, any parking lot could use these automated parking stackers is the impression I'm getting. So are there any limits as to how high these could be stacked and how close it could be to residential housing? Because potentially this is next to somebody's building and they're looking out at a wall of cars. Is that okay?
I don't think a vertical parking stacker is uglier than a solar panel. I will say that.
But the solar panel might not be taller than 15 feet, right?
The
So,
parking
but-
stacker and the solar panel might be taller than 50 feet with this new resolution.
No,
So
the
do we-
solar panels will be 15.
So I think we'd already talked about limiting the height
Yeah.
of the solar panels.
Right, there's already a limit on
Spray
that.
the pie. I shouldn't. What I was going to say productively is that I think that a parking stacker can be useful to a developer only after they have already procured the amount of parking that's required per zoning, per accessibility, etc. They have to maintain a floor and then they can double or triple off of that floor.
So how high do we think these parking stackers should go? And does it matter? Like, for example, in behind 626 Flatbush, there are a lot fronts on the train tracks. I don't think anybody really cares if they have a double height parking stacker, but like, let's say it was something that was next to a building that in a more visible place, like for argument's sake, maybe the Western Beef lot. Or maybe like some of these smaller developments that have parking behind the building and it's, you know, somebody's backyard is fronting on this lot. What do we think? Should there be height limits? Should we disallow it in some places?
I would actually like to rewatch the end of the video of the city VS because there was actually a permit application for a parking stacker in Brooklyn on Schermerhorn Street that had to go through the commission and did not make it through ultimately.
Okay. I mean,
so
Schermerhorn
they
Street
were-
is downtown Brooklyn.
But it's not Manhattan. That's the point.
Right,
they
but
had to ask
it's I guess to the point of like, you know, this issue of neighborhood character and visuals and such. It's downtown Brooklyn. It's basically an office district. That's where all the city buildings are. Maybe it's not even okay there. I think it's okay in a downtown, you know, commercial
It
area
backed
and
up to
office
some
district.
beautiful brownstones on State Street.
Ah, okay. So are we not okay with it if it's right next to somebody's house or, you know, fronts on, you know, is next to somebody's backyard?
That I think like if you're so are you saying that we should make an enclosure requirement over a certain height? Does that
But
make
then
an
doesn't that cut into
explosion?
then that cuts into open space, right? I mean, we have these 30-foot backyard requirements for a reason, you know.
I will have to rewatch that specific part of the video to glean all the
Yeah.
information because it was very interesting, but I was 3 hours into
Okay.
that meeting.
I know, that's so long. It's so long.
And here we are
So
doing
what
the
do you
same
guys
thing.
think? Nicola? I mean, we've got some of these parking lots up near you guys, right? Like I was saying, the McDonald's parking lot and so on. What if they put a parking stacker there with like 3 stories high of cars and that's behind somebody's house?
Can they put solar panels on the parking stacker? Nicola, you're
We
muted.
can't hear you.
You're muted.
I'm like, we're so far into, we're making stuff up. I have no idea of what they're really thinking of. And again, that's why I have concerns about these blanket statements. Oh yeah, just put them out anywhere. Do I want it next to a private house? No.
Okay.
Is
I
it
think we
by
should
a
make that
commercial?
clear.
But then a zone won't define that because commercial zones are everywhere. Technically. I'm not sure what zone they're talking about. If we're talking about a large apartment building in Manhattan that has a parking lot, because now they've reduced the size of a lot of these parking areas and they are putting more of those stackables. I know that there are a few downtown Brooklyn now. I don't know if it's on Skimmerhorn, but they are down there
Yeah.
because they've
It's
taken away
everywhere.
so much of the parking down there and put up residential buildings. So they have to find a way to, people still need to park. I have to go by a case basis. I don't think we can just make these blanket statements and say, yes, we are allowing stackables anywhere in New York City. I think they need to apply for a variance or apply for something based on a specific need and a specific scenario.
I would agree with that because like I said, I think there are certain circumstances where it doesn't matter. Like, the parking lot fronts on an open train tracks and it's behind the building, nobody sees it, that's fine. But, other circumstances, maybe in downtown Brooklyn, it's fine. Maybe in an enclosed, maybe we should say if it's in an enclosed garage, it's as of right. But if it's a surface parking lot, we want it to be a variance.
Yeah, I
Right.
think that's.
I'm trying to imagine, I don't know if I've seen any in indoor garages. They've always been outdoors.
That's
Outdoor
what the
spaces.
picture shows in their
Yeah, the picture
presentation.
exactly was an indoor.
Okay, I have to go back and take a look at it.
Yeah, they have indoor.
I know it was indoor for like the bikes. I didn't know if it was indoor for the car. I'll have to look at it again.
Yeah, there's an
Okay.
article, Suvi, I have your email address. I'm going to send you a link
Yeah.
to an article in
Okay.
Patch. It describes a luxury building in Astoria on 31st Avenue, I think it is. It's called the Rowan, and they have this robotic stacker
Parking
system.
stacker.
Parking. You drive in and car gets scanned and it puts it someplace.
Okay. All right. So it is
Oh, they've
almost
crossed
10
the river.
o'clock.
The Jetsons.
Yeah.
The one
Um,
the one in downtown Brooklyn was a 4-high stacker. I'm looking at the architectural plans. It's a 4-high stacker.
It's right
Um,
for J Street.
It is at Hoyt-Schermerhorn.
Mhm.
Like it is, there should not be a parking stop there. It is across from the train station. That it is an absurd land use. But that considered, that has to go through the ULURP process, and it's currently waiting in Community Board 2. So that would be the process that we would, or not me, I'm not on the board, but you guys would undertake. Is that, have you
there's
seen
really
any?
I don't think there's really anything wrong with that. They complain about the hurdle, but all of these buildings take years and years to develop. The permits from the buildings department take years to get. We usually get like 2 months to consider something, and we do our best, and we, I think our turnaround time is much faster than DOB, to be honest.
Yeah, the original submission date is December 2021, and they're just getting to DCP now. And it's a parking garage, it's a parking platform. They're modular. They take a day to make. So
Okay, well,
I'll take-
I don't know what their deal is, but I know that our board has in the past granted parking waivers, and it takes us one meeting to decide if it's okay. or
no,
not.
I'm saying DOB, not the community process.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, so how do we feel about just going through these one by one and voting yes, no, yes with conditions? Yes?
It's 2 minutes to 10, so it'd have to be very fast. I mean, I think we've kind of have it on the sheet already, right?
I do think we have a consensus. I just want it on record that we voted. Unless you
Okay.
think that's not necessary, because this is not a formal ULERT process, but.
Well, let's run through it and see where we get.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna do that.
Thumbs up, thumbs down in the Zoom.
Yeah, I think so. And we're gonna let you vote, Andrew and Teresa, even though you're not committee members, because you've been extremely helpful. Okay,
And Alicia, I'm assuming then.
yes, yes. Alicia, are you still here? Oh, yes. Okay, so everybody can vote. You know, because this is really not a formal ULERP. We just want to know what the community has to say. Okay, so number 1, rooftop solar panels. Increase the height on flat roofs to 15 feet with 100% coverage for all building types.
No.
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 Should I use my hand gesture? Where is it? Where's my reaction? Oh, they don't give us a thumbs down.
Oh, geez. Okay, well.
We'd have to find it.
Although that says joy.
If you type down in the emoji, you can get
Yeah,
it.
I found it. I found it. There we go.
What I think is more important than just saying no is to give the rationale of why you're saying no. And I think that's
I agree completely. And
when
Well,
people,
she has some of that typed out, and then I think we'll have to take a look at it. We can't go through the
yes, I think we're gonna
wordsmithing
have
tonight.
to.
oh, okay. So
Okay.
to me, that would be the most important part is the why. So, but definitely no.
Right, and just quickly, I'll just read it to say, no for R1 to R5, it's not needed. Many examples of solar panels where the street for R6 and above, link building height to allowed height of solar panels. And just that there is additional legislation in the city council to reduce the 6-foot clear path to 4 feet, so that does help. Okay, so number 2, rooftop. So we're a no on number 1. Oh gosh, okay, I'm kind of losing it here. So number 2,
That is to allow the solar awnings, canopies to cover the parking.
number 2 is actually on sloped roofs. Do we want to allow?
That's proposal number 2. It's not slope roofs. What are you
Good,
following?
okay, increase the height of solar panels on sloped roofs from 18 inches to 5 feet.
What proposals are you working from? Because the proposals that were presented, the proposal was the solar awnings.
Right, Suki, can you share your screen so everyone can see the proposals at the same time, or what?
Yeah, because the proposal
Okay.
that DCP sent in said proposal 2 was the solar awnings.
Oh, okay. All right.
This is from last month when we were just going through and discussing, looking at the PowerPoint. And then she had created a grid with our discussion on
And
that.
I think they have actually changed a little bit since then, so they may have taken some things out.
Yeah, because they had
Reordered-
17
reordering
proposals
them.
and it was done, and that's where I'm looking at their final presentation in front of DCP. Chapter
Okay.
24.
So rooftop solar panels increase the height on sloped roofs to 5 feet.
I said
I
no.
can't, I can't see you all when I'm screen sharing, so you should speak up, please.
Maybe say your name and yes or no.
Nicola is no.
Nicola, no.
John Craver,
John is no.
Andrew,
Yes, but it's not relevant to this district.
Teresa.
Teresa, no.
Okay, and I'm a no on that as well. We do have some sloped roof houses on my block, and they have managed to put lots of solar panels on flush. I don't think it's really an issue. Okay, so I think we're a no on that.
Alicia?
Oh
Did you
my,
vote?
okay, you know what, I can't see everybody when I'm screen sharing. I apologize, Alicia.
If you
It doesn't
select
matter. I mean, it's
view,
the vote that, well, it doesn't matter. It
Okay.
really is not that important.
so
I'm
the-
sorry, Alicia.
So if you,
Give it
in
give us
the
your vote.
top, there should be like a little view icon in your top right. And you
It's
can select,
okay. It doesn't
like-
matter. So,
There is, but I can't see everybody. It's only showing, it's only partial. This is really
not many
annoying.
people left.
Okay.
yeah.
All right, never mind. Okay, so solar canopies in parking lots. Alicia, why don't you start first?
I'm fine with them.
Okay. John,
Yep, I'm fine with that caveat about side yards and front yards.
Nicola,
Yes, with the restrictions we discussed.
Andrew, and
I
by the way,
agree. Yes, yes.
yes. Teresa,
Yes.
okay, and by the way, guys, the restrictions that we discussed were not in the front yards or side yards, even if car parking is allowed. And, you know, we have a lot of these houses in Queens that have the cars parked in front of the house because there's a garage like at the bottom of the house. Maintain the minimum open space requirements. 100% coverage of open areas should not be allowed. Allow them on top of the cars, but not in between the rows of the cars. Limit the height so they don't cast a shadow on the neighboring backyards, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, number 3, grid supporting, number 4, grid supporting non-accessory solar arrays and energy storage systems to be as of right in residential districts if less than 10,000 square feet. Okay. Alicia, we'll start with you again.
To change the definition of large storage solar panels from commercial to primary use so they can be built in residential areas as long as they do not exceed, will be as of right. That's fine.
And the energy storage systems, because they go together, that's the battery storage.
Well, that's proposal number 4. Will allow storage and not just commercial but residential as a right benefits. I think here we were talking about there should be some requirement as far as weight is concerned. So I would say no with reasons. No with reasons, and that is that they need to include the weight factor and also possibly get a permit so that they can be assured that if they're putting something very heavy on the building, that the building itself can bear that weight, especially with the old buildings. So I think there needs to be more of a check and balance on this particular one. For
Dawn?
the energy storage system. And that is proposal number 4 on DCPs.
John Craver?
No, I agree with, I think the solar panel, solar array is fine as written. Again, and for the energy storage systems, we talked about all those concerns. And I would add, should have capacity to handle firefighting impacts as well.
Nicola.
Agree with the others.
Okay, Andrew.
I think that these are split in the DCP into energy renewable on site and clear regulations for energy storage system installation. So
Yeah,
well,
they are split. I just don't see these large solar arrays being implemented without the battery storage, right?
I mean, you could sell to Con Ed, like on like,
That's
I-
true.
Happens all the time.
yeah.
That's what I do.
So this is just to say, fully in support of the solar as of right.
Okay.
Tempered expectations on the battery storage pending what other people have said. And also specifically, I want to see something for retrofits because a lot of buildings we have are old.
Okay. Teresa.
Yes, I'm going along with the crowd.
Okay, so yes on the solar,
No on the back.
No on the battery.
no on the
With,
batteries.
right, with, but with conditions, no conditions.
Right.
So I agree with that basically. Okay. The onshore wind. Nicola, I know you said we probably didn't really talk about it enough, and I don't think we did. So maybe we just skip this.
I mean, I don't think it's even applicable to us.
It's
Abstain.
not. That's what we had said. It's not really within our district.
So it's not applicable, it's NA. That's what
Okay.
I was.
Taller heights for rooftop mechanical equipment to allow building electrification. We talked about this quite extensively at some of the previous meetings.
Yeah, and we
No.
remember when we looked at the example of the building on the Grand Array Plaza on Prospect Park West.
But-
And I would call it cheated because they stacked everything together so they could use the rest of the roof area for other uses. And I think that's not very neighborly.
I thought that they didn't actually hit their height limit. That's what they said in the.
Yes, that's what the commissioners said, that in this particular district, they were below the height limit.
Yes, and they
And
put
they
all
should
that
have,
junk.
they should have covered.
Sorry, I mean to say, like, I am not in support of this because there are lots of other ways to change the height limit first.
So, the other thing I have to tell you is, this block, Prospect Park West, is a landmark district, except for this one building. This building was carved out of the landmark district. This was an owner who did not want to be landmarked. And, you can kind of see what kind of owner this is all I have to say. So yeah, I think that what we had discussed previously was most smaller buildings don't need such large height allowances to accommodate mechanicals. And some of the
Yes.
pictures that I showed you of the 4-story buildings. R5 and below shouldn't need more than a few individual compressors and no elevator bulkheads. The 4 foot allowance, 4 feet of allowance is enough. And then we also said there should be more fine-grained height limits based on the building height. Mechanicals can be spread out horizontally on the roof surface instead of concentrated in one spot. And I think Andrew said height of mechanicals should be measured from the main base plane of the roof, not from bulkheads.
Also, I think that they should have done an environmental impact on that because
They should have.
they were increasing, the height limits of mechanical from 40 to 55. That's another additional 15 feet. And what about sensitive ecosystems that would the shadow impact, which is a whole point of
And
that.
I find it funny that for the seeker studies, they're not looking, this is all about zoning for, green technologies and solar panels, and we want everyone to have solar panels, but we're not talking about the shadows on
Right.
somebody else's rooftop, right? We're only
And
talking about,
I think that we have a very strong argument because we are against sensitive ecosystems. We have the Book and Botanic Gardens, that's a very sensitive ecosystem.
absolutely.
And so I think we should push back very heavily on the increase of the mechanicals for
But
this.
even just, on private houses and buildings, if we want everybody to have solar panels, we have to
Right.
protect the sunlight that's coming to
Right.
their roofs.
Exactly. So you're just right. I think that that's going to be really, but I think we have a strong argument for the sensitive ecosystems because of the garden and the park.
Absolutely, and the park.
So I think we
and so
need to
on.
make sure that when we put our objections in, that the objections is because they have not done the proper environmental impact statement
Right.
about this additional, allowing additional heights for the mechanical.
Okay.
I would also think, like, from a design perspective,
Yes.
the bulkhead stuff doesn't sneak up on you. If you're planning an like electric building, you know you're going to need a certain amount of roof space and roof height devoted to machines. You can plan for that pretty easily. And there are lots of other things and lots of other ways to do it.
Don't have to give them all that height.
Mhm.
So we're a no on that. Is there anyone who's a yes? Okay. Allow 5% overall increase in FAR for new buildings that design to passive house standards or older buildings that retrofit for complete electrification.
Well, you missed the mechanical equipment, or are you getting to that? Onto roofs for solar and electrical needs to be on top of the roofs and not in basements?
I thought that's what we just talked about, the taller heights for rooftop mechanical.
Yeah, but that, no, that's separate from the heights. Well, they split it up. I'm just saying, they split it up. They split it up between proposal 6 and proposal 7. But it's
Can you
okay.
read it to us, Alicia?
Yeah, retrofitting with enhancing screening requirements for buildings that have not maximized the heights and are placing mechanical equipment that.
Oh, okay. So the screening
Allow.
requirement was additional. That was something that they said in response to our photo of the Prospect Park West building.
Right, and they will allow other mechanical. So they were saying that they were going to be considering placing some more review when this happens, and I think we should support that.
I agree. I think the screening requirement is good if they have not, if they're under their height.
I think it was proposal 6 for them.
Okay,
And it was
so
close.
we're a yes on that. And then the second one, which is the taller heights for rooftop mechanicals
Right,
for buildings that are at their height limits.
right, and I definitely will disagree with that one.
We are a no on that one. Okay. Allow 5% overall increase in FAR for new buildings that design to passive house standards or older buildings that retrofit for complete electrification.
In the new one, they were talking, you're talking about the 5% FAR that they gave you?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and they changed it to with additional FAR for ultra low energy for new buildings.
Okay.
I mean, this is a bonus that they're giving to developers. They're basically saying, hey, we're trying to incentivize. This is the way to incentivize. My only issue is compliance. DOB has such a bad record of ensuring that, a lot of the time it's an honor system. So I would say yes, but with conditions. And that is that there'll be some serious enforcement and, review, and not DOB doing it. Because, they're going to give them the FAR, right? And they're going to build to the maximum with the FAR. They're not going to take it away once they build this building.
Yeah.
So what happens if they, what are the, how do you ensure that they're going to do this ultra low energy for this project? Because we know developers will say they're going to do it, they check off the box, and then they don't do it.
So we want to allow this citywide?
Yeah, they want to do it citywide. So the question is how are you going to ensure and enforce, that the developers have actually honored the development, the ultra low energy.
Nicola?
I say no, because of everything that Alicia just said. There's no way that we can ensure what they've promised will be delivered. And we've given them extra far upfront with no guarantees and no assurances and no way to really monitor adherence.
Andrew?
Oh God, I am in support of this actually. I don't
Okay,
think that's surprising. However, I would like to add and to stipulate that we need to ask DOB and DCP explicitly about the use of PTAC units in new construction.
P-TEC,
PTAC, packaged terminal air conditioning. Most modern buildings have a really good envelope and enclosure, and then they use these really shitty through wall units that basically undo all of what they've done. This is what one of the things that you're talking about not following through. This is the big Swiss cheese and a good building envelope. John, back me up.
Totally, 100%. I hate PTACs. They're the worst. They will run you hundreds, like $500-600 a month to heat your apartment. They're
And
just
they're
crazy, terrible.
John,
then
what do
the
we think about
leaky,
the
they're terrible.
extra FAR?
I think I'm looking at these two lines, and I want to be supportive of the first one, but I would not. I really am very concerned about the visual aspects and visual degradation of neighborhood fabric, that allowing that external insulation to go up on buildings.
Oh, didn't they change it to include rebuilding instead of outcladding? They amended it to say recladding, which could be inboard. So
maybe we should
If
make
it's
it
interior.
conditional. We can say
we
no.
prefer, yeah,
Yeah, it basically becomes the other one then.
yes.
Okay.
So they make a distinction between outcladding, which is the retrofit of a curtain wall, like a glass unitized system,
Yeah.
and recladding, which is packing insulation in the back, or rebuilding a wall to match a historic structure.
Well, then maybe we should say yes with conditions or no with conditions, and put that condition in.
So I'm still a no on the increase in FAR, just because I'm concerned about what we were talking before about the air rights possibly being collected and stacked up and ending up somewhere that we don't want them to end up. Am I okay with allowing specific individual buildings? I mean, particularly if it's an affordable building, a building that has some constraints, to have a little bit of extra FAR if that's what makes their building possible and that's what allows them to keep it affordable. Yes, but I think that can be done via a variance. I mean, actually, tell me if I'm wrong about this, but I believe that FAR does not count the way that the DOB looks at it now. They don't look at gross FAR when they're comparing you to the your zoning. They look at the like residential square feet, and so they actually exclude stuff like walls and hallways. Am I right about that?
Yes, and mechanical deductions. And if you're doing MIH, you get half of your hallway deducted if it has windows. Like, it's very, very complicated. And I'm happy to share more about
They
it.
already give you a lot of allowances for
But this would
non-residential.
prevent, like, if this is the one thing that's holding you back from doing the ULERP process, because like if you're doing an affordable building and if you're doing MIH, inclusionary housing,
Right.
and then you have to go to ULERP just for this, you're not going to do it. And then the units get 5% more expensive, hypothetically.
I think if one of the things that we're concerned about is the transfer of FAR
Yes.
from one lot to another. If
So for the retrofitting,
kept
would it
it
make
within
sense
that lot,
yeah,
you know,
that you
could
would
say-
only unlock that extra 5% bonus for a retrofit pending a permit of approval from the DOB to do work.
I'm actually also inclined to say I mean, you guys can tell me what you think, but I'm inclined to disallow this except for the affordable buildings that like, rather than amending the entire zoning code, just amend MIH to say that this can be done for MIH buildings. But for other buildings, I do feel that part of what local law 97 was supposed to be getting at was asking developers to recognize the costs of what they're doing, right? And I think that if they have clever ways with new technology of mitigating or eliminating that cost, that's fine. But if you're just asking us for more FAR, to, sort of erase that cost, that's, to me, kind of goes against what we're trying to get people to do, which is to recognize those costs. And I mean, I know that's not an opinion that's, going to be popular with developers or architects. But I do think if you're building a full market rate building, you should consider and absorb that cost. If it's 100% low income supportive, yes, I think we understand that you're going to need help with that cost. That's my view. I don't know what you guys think.
Can I comment on the local 97 component? Like developer and building owner, like the person who gets left holding the bag is in our district usually like owners or co-op boards and not developers because they sell. This is a way to make sure that they have to pay for the energy compliance that they should be doing upfront instead of having to pass that debt basically onto whoever ends up with the properties.
I'm not thrilled about the way local law 97 is kind of like a retroactive tax. I feel that it should have been applied to new buildings and, we should be using other strategies to get older buildings to improve. But that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, yes, there are niches, nuances, and gray areas, but that's what I'm saying about the kind of delayed gratification or delayed payment, which I think this, in the world that we live in, this does a pretty good job of bridging the responsibility of the builder, who usually does not stick around long enough to have to pay for the local 197 debt.
Okay, the time is running, guys. It's 10.
Okay, so I feel like we are sort of mixed on this, but we have comments. Oh, Teresa, we didn't get to Teresa.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no, with exceptions for low income, truly affordable housing. No.
Okay. So I think let me see. So we had Andrew, Nicola, and John kind of conditional yeses, and we had 3.
No, I was a no.
Okay. So you were a no. I was.
Yeah, I mean, I can live with the condition of the affordable housing component. Yes, for that, but otherwise, no.
Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is write down our conditions, as opposed to a hard no or a hard yes.
Okay.
Allowing up to 11 inches of additional wall thickness for building envelope retrofits in order to meet current energy code requirements.
This has been absorbed into the previous one.
Yeah, that's not a proposal.
Okay. Open EV chargers in residential accessory garages to the public. And I have to say, in this one, I feel that they were not accurate because they never mentioned the fact that current code actually prohibits hourly rentals, which EV charging is, right? If you have, like, you've been to that EV charger at the Atlantic Terminal building, you pay $10 or whatever for an hour to sit there for an hour and charge. Hourly charging is currently not, or hourly rental is not allowed in these residential accessory garages. It's only allowed in public garages. And I think there's just like widespread non-compliance with that for whatever reason. So we see a lot of garages that are supposed to be residential accessory garages that are open to the public for short-term rentals. But that's not the way it's supposed to be according to the code. And I think that they didn't really say that. I don't know why they didn't.
I think the question here was, what happens when you are dealing with multiple zonings, designations on a particular lot? Where does the EV charging stations have to be placed? I think that's just, I'm not sure, but I think that would be a question. I think that it would be fine to have the charging stations.
No, we're not talking about the charging stations now. I'm talking about EV chargers in residential accessory garages. Did if I mixed up the order, I apologize. I'm just following my own.
Allow commercial parking in residential. I don't know if they have that.
No, open EV chargers in residential accessory garages to the public. That's still in there, right?
That's not what they presented. Will allow commercial parking residential.
The text has changed slightly. I think it's item 10 on the EAS.
Private parking allow car shares and private property. No, that's for the 20%.
No, item 10 is the allowance of accessory parking spaces designated and operated for public use as EV charging spots.
Right.
I think they've removed the hourly rate stipulation.
Yeah.
Right? It's not mentioned in the overview.
I mean,
well, proposal 10, from what I know, was allowing the car shares on private property. So you're allowing commercial
Yes,
businesses
public people.
okay, so my understanding,
5%.
when I read the code, the current code does not allow anything less than weekly rental rates. So this is a change, right? Because you might have overnight EV charging, or you might have EV charging for an hour or two or whatever, right? But it's certainly much less than a 1 week rental. So this is the big change in the code, that you would go from most of the spaces being for long-term car storage to a significant number of them being for short-term purposes, whether it's EV charging or commercial vehicle parking, right? It would no longer be for.
Well, you can, there's proposal 11, which you can comment about the commercial parking. So with the proposal 9 is just about the EV charging stations that will be allowed to be put into.
So where are we on that?
So that's just one proposal. So let's just focus on that, because that's how they used it. So it says allow to put EV charging stations
and open them to the
all
public.
Commercial districts. So that means is that anywhere you have a commercial district, you would be allowed to put an EV station. And then they do another proposal when it talks about the commercial.
Okay, so let's first talk about the EV chargers in residential accessory garages being open to the public, not just the residents of that building.
No, that's a different proposal. So you want to do the proposal 11 will allow commercial parking in residential districts? That's proposal 11. Is that what you want to talk about? We need to be really clear about which proposal that we are focusing on.
Okay, so I'm just going off of my sheet, but let me open up the.
Yeah, well, you have to kind of modify that, because we're now looking at the proposals that have now been placed in front of DCP.
I mean, my recollection was they really have not changed that much. They may have changed ordering, they may have, right?
So what would you, okay, so their proposal 9 was to allow EV charging stations to be put into all commercial districts. What do we feel about that? And then let's just make a decision on that.
All right, let's start with you, Alicia.
I said that's fine. You have to have these EV charging stations, because 2040, there won't yet be any more, they will only be selling electrical vehicles. You have to have charging stations. But that's
Okay, John,
I would support it, but I would like to exclude overlay districts, commercial overlay districts.
so you would say yes with conditions?
Yes.
Andrew,
I don't care either way, but I would need to know how this would be affected in the example of, Western Beef, where there are multiple zoning allotments on a single parcel.
okay, Nicola,
I'm with yes with conditions that have been already discussed.
Teresa,
Yes, no commercial.
okay, yeah, I think,
Residential city vehicles only.
I think I'm in
Yeah,
agreement.
that's a different.
That's a different one.
We're gonna get to that, the next
Okay,
proposal.
so I'm in agreement with that. I don't think that this should be done in commercial overlay districts. I think that if you have a lot that is technically a commercial overlay district, but is really like, I mean, okay, let me give you an example. Let's say the Medgar Evers parking lot, right? The entire block is Medgar Evers and its parking lot. It's a C1-3 commercial overlay. I don't really see a reason why we shouldn't put EV chargers in that parking lot.
Mhm.
It's the entire block is non-residential. But the zoning background, the area is residential zoning.
Okay.
So I like in those cases, maybe we ask for a variance or something, or
Yeah.
Okay,
It would be a variance.
right. Well, we can put that in as part of our objections, yes, with conditions.
I mean, the other area that's an issue here too is around the hospital, right? The entire hospital campus has an R5 zoning, but there's obviously, it really isn't residential. So a lot of these distinctions between residential and commercial, we just have a lot of these areas that have not quite accurate zoning. And, do we just say that they should ask for a variance whenever they want, or,
Yes. Otherwise, we're just opening it up. It's not a commercial district,
Right.
so it wouldn't apply. It's not a commercial district, from what you're saying.
well, the hospital campus, which is an extremely large area, is just
Mhm.
hospital buildings. So it's not residential. I mean, I wouldn't say it's manufacturing, but it's also not residential. It is, I guess it's institutional, right? Same thing with the Medgar Evers. It's institutional. Do you consider that a commercial use or a residential use?
What's the zone? We're
The
going by
zoning around
zones.
it, I
We're
mean,
going by zones, right?
It's zoned R5,
yes.
but it's use group I1, which is highest institutional.
I mean, in the case of the hospital, on one side, they have a manufacturing zone. On other sides, it's residential housing, right? So the surroundings are mixed. In the case of Medgar Evers, the surroundings are entirely residential.
I guess I'm asking, like, do you want the review of this to go only through the city, or do you expect ULURP and community review to be part of the location of EV charging within a lot?
I mean, all other things being equal, I would like everything to come through us.
No, be pragmatic,
Okay, guys, the time is running.
Okay, why don't we just say, what John was saying about not having it in the overlay districts, but, here are some exceptions that we can think of, and we would like, we think it should come before the board, and we should be able to review this, that, we're prepared to be flexible.
Okay, the next
But-
proposal.
But what are we,
Next.
it's coming before the board? What are we talking? Because this is a citywide text
Yeah,
amendment.
this is a
Right.
citywide.
So
not
if
just
we say
CB9.
no, if we say no to commercial overlay districts,
Mhm.
right? But if there are commercial overlay districts where this might be appropriate, we're happy to consider a variance or, other type of,
You'll a process, variance would go to.
Right, which is the current process.
Right.
okay.
Board of Standard and Appeals. Okay,
So,
proposal 10 was to allow private parking, to allow the car share on private property with either 20% of the space or 5 spaces, whichever was greater.
so I think that this is already allowed by code in residential accessory garages.
No, it's not.
Up to 20% can be used for car share.
No, this is the proposal. They're very clear about that. They said that they wanted more because car share
It's charge sharing,
or car.
not
they
car
call it
sharing, charge sharing.
Okay, so that's the EV charging.
No, guys.
That's what it says.
It's the car sharing where
I
you
think
where they
Alicia's right.
it's
I
car
think
sharing.
this is an error on the
It's
sheet.
an error.
It's
it's-
car sharing.
It says charge sharing.
It's car sharing. They just made an error.
Okay,
This
so
was
if
where
we,
the private
I don't-
companies, the
I don't
private
think
car
it's
companies they talk
I
about.
don't think it's car sharing. If we assume that it's charge sharing, which is the EV charging.
It's car sharing, guys. I listened very carefully to the
Okay, so what do they mean by car sharing? Car sharing to me is
with those
zip
companies.
cars.
It's already allowed.
The private.
It's already
company.
allowed by code. That's why I'm pretty sure it's charge sharing.
Because now they're expanding that definition to include supporting the private electric vehicles.
Right, that's what they said. They're saying that because private electric vehicles are now helping to be more energy efficient because people just use them on the weekends and and it prevents people from having private cars, that they should be allowed to be a part of the private property allotment. So either with 20% of the parking spaces, they could be allotted or 5 spaces, whichever is greater.
And so that they're carving out the
And also-
spaces that are already available for car share. You can now have a mix of those spaces to include the electric vehicle charging as well.
Right, and you
So
can
we're not
also allow the
we're not
charge-
encroaching further on the residential spaces. We're just saying you can cut up and use some of those car share spaces for electric charging.
Right, allowing
Okay.
charging stations in these private property locations.
I am a yes on that.
Yeah.
I'm a yes as well.
Okay.
I was just looking at the March DCP slideshow that they distributed or that's available. And there are 2 adjacent ones. That one is charge sharing and one is car sharing. So they I think purposely confused those 2 things. So, but they are very similar and related, but not exactly.
Well, when they were explaining, they
They may have explained it poorly.
they explained the private industry and they talked about why the private
That's
industry
number 10.
car sharing.
Number 10 is car sharing.
Right.
Number
that's what
9 is charge sharing.
Right,
So I could
talking
drive
about
my
proposal
Tesla in
10.
there into your residential building and charge there, then drive out. And
Right.
car sharing means I go in and rent my zip car from there and drive out from there.
An
This is
electric vehicle.
proposal 10. Yeah.
There's same 2 sides of the same coin kind of thing.
Dipping into the same pot of what,
And no.
Yeah.
which has no bearing on anything. So yes.
Although just as a just one thing for you guys to be aware of, Nicholas mentioned this before, there is a push to have reserved car sharing spots on the street. just like with City Bike. So,
They did,
They already have them.
so
did
that
they
may be
ex-
coming as well.
yes, that is not on a zoned lot though.
That's not part of this, but just remember that everything is connected.
That's the picture I said, yeah, and it was well used.
Okay,
Couple
so
of lines.
next, let's go to the next. We're getting very late here. Let's next.
Proposal 11 will allow commercial parking in residential districts. The accessory spaces, residential, there will be 20% maybe commercial parking. And this includes ride shares as well as just commercial vehicles. And, but in public lots and garages, 50% of the spaces will be used for commercial vehicles. So
Okay,
if
so
you
Alicia,
have a
where are you
private-
on this?
This is proposal 11. So if you
So-
have a private garage, you can, you know, sell out 20% of your private lot to commercial parking. And then
Another thing that a lot
anyone
of people
with
don't
commercial-
know is that in R2 districts, you cannot rent out your garage space at all. It's only for use of the occupants.
Well, this would change that. You can, 20% can be used, but if it's a public lot, 50% can be used.
So I take it, Alicia, that you are a no on the renting out.
Definitely, you don't want to be mixing commercial with residential. I mean, there's a reason why these are separated and you want to continue. Otherwise, you're gonna have commercial competing against residential. And how can
We
resident
compete.
compete against a commercial vehicle? I mean.
So Nicola, you're also a no.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. No.
Okay.
Yeah, Teresa's a no, please. Thank
Teresa's a
you.
no. John?
And we should also tell them why. I think we should just not just say no, but there should be a reason why we're saying that. Because there's no
John?
benefit to it. There's no benefit. I don't find a benefit.
Right, I would think I'm a no with conditions or yes with conditions.
No conditions, no conditions. or no
Let
straight
him
no.
speak,
So
let him
I think
speak.
I think what we're all concerned about is the sort of open-endedness of allowing commercial vehicle parking. And I think that needs, if this was going to go through, those other uses are acceptable, you know, car sharing and this and that and public charging. Those are okay, I think. But when it's open-ended as to, you know, essentially unlimited commercial parking, I could see, you know, a car dealership taking over a lot. I could see someone running, you know, I don't know, a wrecker service and putting cars there. You know, it's that's where the limit needs to be maintained.
Yes, and I'm glad that they separated those two proposals because I have a feeling very strongly that they know they're gonna get a lot of pushback from this proposal. That's why they separated it.
Okay, Andrew?
I am also opposed to this, specifically to the C1, C2, C3, subsection 3, car rental in a lot. Not for the reason that you guys are talking about. I think it incentivizes car use in a way that is not maintaining the character of the neighborhood that we live in.
Okay, I'm also a no. I don't think they should be allowed to park in residential areas. I think in all commercial districts, they should be allowed to park. They have to park somewhere, right? So we need parking lots for commercial vehicles in commercial districts, but in commercial overlay districts and residential districts, I'm a no on that.
Yes. And they do specify vehicles less than 20 feet.
So we're not talking about tractor trailers. We're just talking about, so the other thing is the city is opening EV charging hubs for commercial rideshare vehicles in public parking lots. So that, and they named, I think, like maybe about 20 locations in the outer boroughs. So that's just another thing to be aware of, that the city is doing this for specifically for rideshare vehicles in certain locations. And our district was not one of them. They were mostly in South Brooklyn and parts of the outer boroughs that are probably much more auto-oriented. But I do think, you know, the rideshare vehicles and the trucks deserve to park somewhere. They need their parking spaces. They should not be parking overnight on the street in our neighborhoods. So it's important to make sure they have sufficient parking. I just don't think it's necessary for them to be in the residential areas. Okay, next.
Proposal 12 is the expansion of the automated parking regulations.
So
We
Alicia,
already
do
had
you wanna
this
start?
detailed discussion about it.
No.
Well, this is saying that it only applies to Manhattan core, community districts 1 through 8,
But
and
they were
central
saying-
business
Yeah.
districts.
Yeah, but they were saying that they were gonna then not, but they were changing the regulations to put it citywide.
To put
The
it up.
proposal
Those
says
will
in all
extend.
districts to all buildings.
Yes.
Mm,
They just had a very detailed discussion about that, so.
mhm.
I made that same mistake.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so then no.
And let's give rationale why, you know? Like it's not, I know, Suki, you were talking about as long as it's enclosed.
Yeah, I'm a yes if it's in an indoor garage, but if it's an outdoor garage, I'm a no. If it's an area where, if it's in one of the few areas where it's appropriate, they can ask for a variance. You know, we're not ogres about that kind of thing.
So it could be no with conditions.
Yeah.
Okay.
John Craver?
Yeah, I feel the same way with Suki. If it's internal to a building, out of sight, you know, it would end up using less building space than
Yeah.
standard parking in a garage situation.
Teresa? Teresa?
I'm sorry, I wasn't totally listening. I was getting ready.
Talking about automated parking. I'm sorry it's getting so late.
Yes, to automated parking.
Okay.
That'll
next.
bring us back to the no with conditions.
Okay. So next.
Proposal 13 is the bicycle and e-mobility for storage and charging usage.
So let me go back to what I have on that.
They said to provide new commercial uses and rules for outdoor bike storage and lockers to permit them to be permitted in yards and open spaces. They want to allow more bike storage and lockers in open spaces. And then-
Okay, so I am going to try and share my screen on this one. Okay, so my question was, if bike parking is going to be allowed anywhere that car parking is currently allowed in accessory spaces, does this have the effect of reducing the car parking minimums?
I don't know if they are changing the minimums. I think they wanted to just allow them to have new commercial usage so that they can, you know, be treated like a commercial vehicle and thus have more ability to have storage and lockers in yards and open spaces. So I think this is supposed to be just expanding the capability to do bike storage and lockers. It's almost like they're expanding city bike.
I think this is different than city bike.
This is for private,
It's public. It says.
Well, it's gonna be
commercial
new
use-
but I mean, it's for
commercial
personal car parking. I mean, personal bike parking.
Andrew,
Did
will
they
you read
say
it to
that?
us again?
Did they say that? I mean, I don't know because they didn't give a lot of details with that. This
Create a
is all-
new commercial use for public bicycle and e-mobility parking.
Okay, so it's for public.
That's
Okay.
one.
Andrew, will you read it to us again?
There was two.
There's two separate ones. There's 13.1 and 13.2.
Okay.
Okay.
So 13.1 is support the growth of bike and e-mobility as an alternative to private vehicles by creating a new use group so that this can be kind of permitted in a use group. I don't think it's about allowing businesses to be created because they already exist. Like, have you heard of Unipod? OONEE. It's a bike storage pod.
Yeah, I know about those.
The creator actually like lives in our district, by the way.
He does.
Yes, he
Yeah.
does.
Should buy
I'm thinking
stewards.
that's yes. I'm thinking that's the kind of allowance that they're trying to make, not city bike. So the storage of vehicles that are not cars in a shared garage that is not a garage for cars. That
Yeah,
sounds crazy.
you know, I think that I would prefer something like they have in Boston. That's like the car stacking, but for bikes, that's much better. They do this in the Netherlands as well. Those unibike things take up a lot of space on a street, and you can't put that many bikes in them, and it's kind of expensive and hard to use, at least for me. But I
Yeah.
would appreciate all sorts of stacked parking, covered parking for bikes all over without taking away. Because I have an electric bike and I ride it quite a lot, and I have a very, very difficult time finding parking. When say I want to go into the city to go to the doctor's museum, whatever I want to do, it's very, very difficult for me to park my bike. And I go into parking garages, and sometimes they'll let me, they won't. They randomly charge me like anywhere from $5 to $15. So I would love this, but I don't know if that's the particular solution we need. I think it needs to be more like public and very affordable, if not free, even with like an attendant running. Like that's what they have in the Netherlands. They have these big places you could stack your bike up and slide it in, and it goes up, and they have them in garages and they have them in basements, and it's wonderful. I think we need more of that and have it be free.
I am so on board with that. But that is not what is said in these two text amendments, unfortunately.
What's the second
Okay.
part of that text amendment?
So
The
where do you
second is
rate it,
support.
Jen?
The support, sorry.
Go ahead.
13.2 is e-mobility and biking as an alternative to private vehicle use, which clarifies an accessory use definition to allow EV charging, including non-automobile (parentheses bike and other e-mobility charging), to remove the certification that would allow off-site bike parking as of right. So that does not implicate in-building garages.
To
This is
remove,
that. That's for-
remove
I
the
think-
certification to allow off-site bike parking as of right? What does that mean?
I think that is specifically for like standalone things on the street
So we are talking about the Unipods.
or some, generic version. That's how I'm
It's
reading this. And then it has
commercial.
another,
Commercial, like they want to take
Yeah.
like public space for commercial bike parking.
Okay, first of all, I don't think that they can really do that because that's governed by DOT. That's not governed by the zoning
all
resolution.
Did it?
it could be on a lot, like Medgar Evers, the lot by what is now a food town. They were going to put a pod on that gravel strip that has those like building mock-ups on it. And they never got around to it.
Okay, but they're talking about off-site, right? Not like on a surface parking lot behind the building.
So
So-
it says the removal of the bike parking clarification may lead to an increase in the number of dedicated, purpose-built, off-site bike parking facilities in campus developments.
Yeah,
So
but
is it-
off-site means not on the campus, right?
Or not within the building.
Oh, okay.
I think that this is like fine, and I'm honestly ambivalent about it. I would love to see what Teresa has, kind of articulated actually be part of the zoning code, but that is not what they're saying. And I
Okay,
would rather it be the other way.
So I think what we had said was it's fine as a permitted obstruction, provided that, and because we've been spending the whole time talking about various permitted obstructions, provided that the sum of the permitted obstructions should not cover more than a certain percentage of the required open space. I think You were the one who said that, John.
I think it's great.
I think we also said that the covered bike storage should not be permitted in the front or the side yards, but the open bike racks should be permitted. I've also seen lots of people just cover their bikes with like a plastic, zippered plastic cover or something like that. You know, but we don't necessarily want to have like, you know, again, like per the same thing with the solar panels, we don't necessarily want to have something that's like 10 or 15 foot tall, like coffin or container, like smack in the front yard. And then the uni things, whether or not they're allowed in the curb, I think that's that's DOT policy. I don't think that's city planning policy.
No, I mean, some of them, like there's one in Grand Central. Like,
Oh, inside
There-
the building.
yeah, but it's not part of the building itself. It is an accessory use that is distant from the principal site. But
So where is it? And like
it
right
is
up
inside,
against.
like deep in Grand Central.
Okay, but it then it's not off-site.
I agree. But I'm trying to make the point that like, because it's off-site means that it is inherently like you could pick it up and put it in a building. Because it's a pod. Or it is a city bike rack and you could lift one side, have somebody else lift the other side and move it.
I'm also with Teresa. I like the idea of like, you know, these vertical bike hanging things on the walls. I think that's great, you know.
I thought that was a picture they had, but maybe in their presentation, but
Okay. The other reason I think why they want to create a new commercial use for e-mobility parking. So we're getting these e-bike stores in the retail spaces on Flatbush Avenue. There's an that Fly e-bike store, right? It's a C1 district. So normally, motor vehicles are not allowed outside of, motor vehicle uses are not allowed outside of a CA2. This is, something we all know by heart. So where do the e-bikes fall? And so if you're going to create a new commercial use for e-bikes, that's fine. But I want a distinction between e-bikes that are like pedal assist bikes, which are fine. I think, bike stores are fine in a C1 district. But I think that motorcycles are not fine in a C1 district. I think those should be in a CA2, just like, a gas powered car. And by the way, that guy has a sign out front that says he is a motor vehicle dealer. So he should really be in the CA2. But like the actual bike store guy that sells and fixes, bikes that people have to use their legs for. Those are fine, So I think it's about kind of trying to make sure that these are not falling through the cracks. But I also want to make sure that they're put in the right use categories, in the right commercial districts.
I agree. I think that's well said.
John is telling me I'm out of time.
Yes.
I think we're all out of time. It's
Okay.
11 o'clock, folks.
I
I gotta put my recycling on the curb.
Okay, so I feel like the other things that we talked about, I'm going to attempt to summarize and attempt to say if there is or is not a consensus. I feel that the only thing that I'm not sure if we have a consensus on, the residential rooftop greenhouses of up to 25 feet. Again, this is another thing with a special certification. But they want to take away the special certification. How do we
But
feel about
DOB will still be required to inspect it and ensure that it follows, all the rules and regulations. But they do want to make it as of right.
So what's your vote on this?
I mean, I always have a problem with as of right with DOB sitting there, ensuring that there's, that it's going to be in compliance. We really should be getting another agency that's going to, help DOB do these things. Even like the Parks Department. I don't know, somebody else but DOB.
I'm going to say that I'm a no on this one, and I'm opposed to it even really being as of right in the first place. I just think that a 25-foot tall, and the example that was given was the 25-foot tall, 2.5-story greenhouse on top of the Whole Foods, which is 1 story, right? It covered the entire roof. So we basically have something that it takes up as much space as the primary use. And to me, that is no longer an accessory use. It's also commercial, right? I mean, they're selling whatever they grow in that greenhouse. So you're basically doubling your commercial FAR as of right, just because it's a greenhouse. And I think, first of all, that should go through ULURP, right? That neighborhood should be able to say whether or not they want to double the FAR for that particular use, and they might be a yes on that. That's fine. The other thing I have to say is, now with all of this legal cannabis, what's to say that we're not going to start getting all these greenhouses filled with pot on top of the supermarkets? That's going to happen. Okay.
And the point is,
It's the only thing worth growing.
So I am going to say
go grow
no
local.
on
Come on.
no to removing
New
special
movement.
certification, and I actually want the as of right taken away, and I want a restriction that if and when these greenhouses are allowed, that it's only for plants that are for food use only, because supposedly that's the
Edible.
justification here, right? Is that we're reducing the amount of time that food has to travel and the carbon emissions, and we're shortening the supply chain and all of that. Well, then it better be for food. We have food security issues in this district, and I don't want to see these things, be used for recreational drugs. Food.
So we can say no with conditions.
No.
We really, no, I really hate the as of right stuff, but no with conditions, and the conditions would be that, these are.
I mean, I really want this taken away altogether, and they have to, each one of these has to go through ULURP to expand their commercial FAR. That's my opinion. Maybe you guys have a different opinion. I think that when they rezoned Gowanus, this should have been something that, went through the ULURP so that district could say yes or no.
They did go through ULURP for the rezoning of Gowanus.
Not for this one. This one was a special one-off thing.
Which
Whole Foods was early. I mean, that was 10 years ago.
What rezoning are you talking about?
Well, but I mean, okay, I guess what I mean to say is, instead of giving this kind of blanket as of right for greenhouses on commercial buildings, they should have put this through a rezoning.
Like a greenhouse district?
Or let's just say, whatever, the Gowanus Special District. Gowanus did a full rezoning. That could have been something that they asked for.
Oh, so maybe you could say remaps to fresh overlays or whatever.
Remap the fresh overlays? No.
I mean, I'm not even sure if I'm okay with that, right? Because I think I just think the community should be able to have a chance to say, if we're allowing you to double your commercial FAR, are they okay with it? And if they are, what do they want in return? Because there might be people in our community that say what we want in return is affordable food, right? Or what we want in return is whatever, I don't know. I don't know, whatever. That's the whole point of the ULURP process. We don't know what people
But
are going to
is-
ask for.
Is the current code allows them to do 100% coverage?
Yes, the current code allows
there's no
it.
height, and there's no height limit?
25-foot height
M21
limit.
It's an M21 district.
Right, but in an M21 district, that's
Okay, the manufacturing district, okay.
in an M21 district, that's doubling the FAR, right? Because M21 is a fairly low FAR to begin with. So adding an extra 2.5
But this is now
stories-
won't be in the M1 district, it would be in residential districts.
No, it's commercial only.
Commercial with the residential equivalencies?
We
It
don't
says
even know that.
residential.
We don't even know that. But okay,
FAR is 2.
I
It
2.0.
says residential
feel like the
builders can
point is-
create rooftop greenhouses that will be as of right.
Okay.
Am I
Okay.
reading that wrong?
on non-residential rooftops.
On non-residential rooftops.
But it could be within a residential district. Like, for example, let's say you have a supermarket, right, in a residential district. That's a non-residential building. I might not object it for a specific supermarket, but as a matter of principle, when you're talking about something that doubles the FAR, that's no longer an accessory use to me. That should go through
Right.
ULURP.
Right, I mean, that is not an accessory use, not when you double the FAR. Because now you just have two primary uses. Whatever's on the bottom of
Andrew, you're on the verge of saying something.
I like this idea. I agree that it is a bonus in disguise. However, I think that what we've talked about is that the roof cannot just be a roof. So if you do want to propose a rooftop greenhouse, you should have some kind of narrative or statement that says, I cannot do solar, or I'm not well equipped for wind, or yada, yada, yada. I cannot use the roof in these ancillary ways. In addition.
Oh, I see. Okay, because we also have these requirements for blue roof, green roof, solar roof,
Like,
all kinds.
I like this idea. I would love for New York City to be covered in greenhouses. I think that'd be fun. But it would fight against the solar, water collection, like all these other things and local laws that have gone into effect over the years.
Nicola.
Can't hear you. Nicola, can't hear you.
I'm leaning towards no. Because looking at, I think it is all districts, not just commercial, looking at the wording. It says all districts, not just commercial districts, unless I'm reading this wrong.
If it says all districts, then it is residential districts.
I mean,
Yeah.
what I would be very happy to see is a building that has not maxed out its FAR, putting this on their roof as an alternative to adding something else, right? I would like to make it easier for those kinds of buildings, like one of the, whatever, like some one-story building on Empire, or some one-story supermarket that is in an R6 district and has plenty of FAR left. I'd be happy to see them put a greenhouse on their rooftop, limited to food uses, food plants. But if you're already maxed out your FAR, I'm really uncomfortable with
Giving you more.
Yeah.
And then we get back to Alicia, the shadows and the other issues that can come with having additional structures on your roof.
Right.
25, up to 25 feet.
And it's amazing how they did their environmental assessment.
No impact.
No negative impact. Not
And
like
I would really like.
No with conditions.
Okay, so
All right, let's
John,
move on.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, we already discussed the other one.
Mhm.
We discussed the permeable paving.
John,
Right.
John hasn't spoken yet on the greenhouses.
I think I don't know. I can't decide on this one. I do dislike the idea of here's a freebie for no return to developers, but I also do like, as Andrew mentioned, the idea of greenhouses everywhere. But what I'm reading, again, from the March slideshow, it doesn't, it's very vague on if it's non-residential only. It does mention non-residential, but it's not clear that it would only be non-residential buildings. If it was restricted to non-residential buildings, I think that would be fine.
Okay.
I know that they
Teresa?
said that currently non-residential buildings cannot create rooftop greenhouses, and now that it will be as of right,
Teresa?
allowing the residential.
Teresa, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm falling asleep, but I
I'm
think
sorry.
I want the rooftop gardens,
know-
but I see
you
people
and us
putting like
all.
huge structures on the roof, that a lot of stuff seems to fly off rooftops with people putting these new structures on top. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I
That's a good
ask?
point.
It seems like there are two issues here. One is the permitting of greenhouses as a use, and the other is the height and FAR. I think that the way that I'm going to settle this for me internally, you don't have to agree, is that I support greenhouses as of right so far as they're within the allotted height limit, FAR, bulk, and other kind of zoning envelope.
Right.
Mhm.
Because I don't think there should be a separate and disjointed process for putting something on your roof that is productive. The caveats that you've laid out are all very clear, and I understand them. So that's where I draw the line personally.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I have to let everybody go. Thank you all so much for staying with
good
me.
night, everyone.
Suki, will you be writing this up? And
I will be
giving
writing
people-
this up.
and
I'm
giving
going to
people
really
opportunity.
try to get it out to you tomorrow.
And will you be giving people an opportunity to edit and put in what you might have missed or forgotten?
Yes. Yes. I mean, we're going to take this to the ULURP committee, right? So I'm going to try to get this out tomorrow. And then, but I want to try to get a definite statement out to the ULURP committee, because that the chair isn't going to want to futz around. She's going to want something definite in front of her.
Right. But I'm just making sure because I didn't see you taking any notes. So I just want to make sure that,
Well, it is recorded.
He
so-
has a recording.
just want to make sure that
Gonna rewatch 4 hours.
exactly.
Oh, you don't know what I have to do as secretary, Andrew.
Oh, 4
But
hours.
however, GPT, although it's not very good at identifying speakers, I'll say that much.
Really?
all I'm saying is that I think it makes it easier for people to understand your objections if it's very clear why you're objecting.
I totally agree with you on that, Alicia. And, we will
And then
get
it
to
also
reading.
educates people on the issues.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
all they have to do is read your resolution and say, oh, so that's an issue. That's why. Oh, that's why.
Yes.
And so they come away highly educated.
I'm in complete agreement on that. So thank you all so much for staying. I can't believe you're all such nerds. Okay, good night.
Okay, bye guys.
Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.